Jehovah is as near this day as in the time of the ancients. Put yourself in order, becoming one with him. And no book is so easily read as his created universe. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote. His worlds read him and his works. Frame your speech and your thoughts for him. He will answer you in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation, till the growth is from the foundation. The fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest life, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Jehovah. To his Etherian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as you have founded arcs of light in my Etherian heavens, to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ships that travel on the oceans, and those who travel in the ships. And those on the land shall know when a ship nears the port, even as you see my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmin. For this shall be an illustration to mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of times, with gods and goddesses to superintend my creations in tenderness and love, lest by chance man becomes despondent, saying, alas, Jehovah did not provide in wisdom commensurate with the magnificence of his creations. Behold, the time draws near when the nations of the earth shall course around the whole earth in ships, crossing the seas and oceans to all the places I created.
Your boy Selah Shalom is back at it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What's the word, family? I'm back at it. Yeah. Got some little bit of time on my hand now. It's been a minute since I did a little evening run. Salute to the Creative Gang chiming in. Make sure the gang is on point. Let me slide this little link in the chat and make sure the gang know I'm live. You know what I mean? Because I be moving like a thief in the night sometimes. You know what I mean? You never know when I mean slide through. May just pop and be like, oh, snap, the God is live. There you go, Selah Shalom. There go the God. You know what I mean? Let me reach out to the God. Yeah, you know, I was speaking earlier on, you know what I mean, the debate Cosmo Cal had dealing with the benefits, which book is beneficial, the Bible of the Owaspi. And earlier I was just going on some of the concepts. Some of the concepts of the gods, you know what I mean? Showing you how the God of the Bible is not the creator. So it's detrimental to your understanding to know that, you're following a false God. That need to be explained. That need to be exposed. Because you don't want to get caught up in one of these hell knots. So now, you know what I mean? These brews want to attack the little Waspy, my brother Cosmo and Cowboy, they hating on that, man. I'm looking at some of them comments, boy, they really be hating, you know what I mean? Over information. And the crazy thing is, like, people claim to be spiritual, people claim to be ascending and dealing with higher light or higher knowledge. But then when they come across something that has higher knowledge, they resort back to carnal ways of carnal thinking.
Let me get your stuff. I'm gonna miss you.
Oh, you bouncing, youngin'?
Yeah, I think I go to school in the morning.
Okay. But yeah, though, so we're going to touch on, you know what I mean, the Black Hebrew Israelite Masonic ties. So how can the Hebrew Israelite movement be beneficial to our people if they got Masonic ties to racist Masonic leaders? You know, they was trying to say John Bilal Nubro was a Mason, but they couldn't prove it. They couldn't say what year he became a Mason. They couldn't prove what lodge he became a Mason. But we proved that with King James. Oh, King James was a black man, but we proved the fact that he was a Mason. Hmm? What's up, baby? Say hey. People can see you. Say what's up. Come here, Zena. Come here, baby. It's my daughters them, you know what I mean? My daughters them. Tell them what's your name. Tell them hey.
Hey.
Tell them what's your name. What's your name?
Doing
What's your name?
Zena.
We got Serenity and Zena. You know what I mean? I'm like Abraham, the father of many nations. These are my kids. I'm your papa, right? What y'all call me?
Papa.
That's right. I'm papa to them. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see yourself. See, people can see you right here. See that? That's the audience right there. You know? See what they say? Kiss my nieces for me. See that? They see you. Yeah, tell them what's up.
What's up? What's that?
Tell them all praise to the Creator.
I pray for the Creator.
That's right. What king over there? I say your Spanish numbers from 1 to 15. You said, right?
Uno.
Run them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh, wait.
Cuatro.
Speak it slower and louder.
Cuate.
Come by the mic. Come on, closer.
Didi, anana.
Hold tight, youngin'. You mess up the screen, so now they can't see your sconce. Hold on.
Kristen,
Hold tight, family.
Kristen, come downstairs.
Yeah, finna take the picnics, you know. Put this. Oh, now we on this screen. Say, hey, young world. The world is yours. All right, let me get a little kid some camera time. There you go. Bless the babies. These are the daughters of Jehovah that created them, you know. These kids is bright, smart. See all the little people. Everybody love y'all. See, y'all getting all the love, man. Right? Yeah. She gonna be playing my daughter in the show. You gonna see it right here, Zine, right? And what you gonna be playing? You don't know yet? I'm gonna have something for you. Yeah. So now let me get back to my lessons. Unless y'all want to read. Y'all want to read? You know how to read?
Yeah.
Let me see. All right. Let me see you read this.
I do.
What does that say?
It says temporary.
No. Go ahead.
Black Hebrew.
That's right.
Israelite
That's right.
movement.
That's right. Masonic. Here, you touching that. Here, come here. Step on it. That's good. Good. Masonic ties. Good. Now, what does that say? Let me put the screen up. So
It says
hold up. Hold tight. Hold tight. Yeah, man, we have to bring the picnics into the truth, you know.
This is
Let the picnics be away the bowl, exposing the lies. You can't fool Jehovah's children, yeah?
You.
Yep, you see me right there, right?
Yeah.
And that's you right there, see you?
Hi.
Now,
What about your dinner time?
let's share our screen. Now we share the screen. Now the people can see the screen. Now,
Look at that guy.
yeah, what did that say? What's that?
Williams Crossing 2008.
Right.
1008. 4008.
No.
8,008.
1847.
19.
Oh, what?
80.
So that's how long he lived, from
1980,
1847.
40, 1890.
Okay. So now let's move down. What does that say?
What's an American soldier?
Wait, hold on. Let me highlight it.
Look at American soldier JPR.
God damn it. Hold on. There we go.
Look this way.
All right, read.
Was an American soldier,
Preacher,
preacher,
entrepreneur.
but J then passed.
Good.
He was also one of the earliest known black Hebrew.
Right.
Grew up
Israelites.
Israelites in the United States.
Right.
He
Established.
established the Church of God and
The saints, right? Watch your foot.
God said he wanted
in
1896.
Hush.
It didn't
Let
been-
her read. Let her read and then you're going to talk. All right. Start from right here. When I highlight it. Right here. Finish that.
He established the Church of God and Saints of Christ in 1896 after he claimed to have had visions
A vision, right?
telling him that black were the
Descendants.
of 12 lost tribes of
Tribes of Israel. Good reading. So here, what the young daughter is telling y'all is that you had Crowdy had a vision that black people was the black Hebrew Israelites. So it didn't come from a lineage of rabbis. It came from a vision. Now let's read on. What does it say here? Let's go.
he became a
Deacon,
in the local
Baptist church.
and an active member of the Prince Hall branch of
Freemasons. So here, how can the Hebrew Israelite movement be beneficial to our people when you have Crowdy, which was once part of the Prince Hall Freemason? Let's read. What's this?
Prince Hall Freemasonry
Masonry.
is a branch of North American Freemasonry
Masonry, good.
for African Americans, funded by Prince Hall on September 29, 1984.
1784. So here you have Crowdy, who had a vision that he was a Hebrew Israelite, but he was a Prince Hall Freemason. Now, who is Prince Hall? Let's go into Prince Hall. Let's see who Prince Hall was. Let's read. Zing Zing's in the class right now. You're interrupting Zing Zing. Read.
Was an American
Abolitionist.
and leader in the free black community in Boston. He found Prince Hall
Freemasonry.
and lobbied for
Education rights.
education right for African American children. He was also active in the Back to Africa movement.
Right. So here, this is Prince Hall, who became a Freemason under the European jurisdiction. All right, so come tell the people bye. You did your reading. Tell them bye. You did a good job. That's Zena, y'all. Daughter of Jehovah. Next time you do some more. All right? You did a good job. Deuces. Give me high five. Good girl.
Here she comes.
Yes, go. Cosmo in the building. Yo, Cosmo, hop on, man. If you ain't doing nothing, hop on, son. Cosmo is like the co-host and shit. If he up. Yeah, so we talking about, because this is, we still piggybacking off of what Cosmo's debate about what's beneficial for our people. So now, you know, Gideon is a Hebrew Israelite. So we're showing the Hebrew Israelite, the origins of the Hebrew Israelite movement having Masonic ties. So how can that be better for black folks if they want to claim the, you know, the blackity black when you know your Masonic Crowdy having Masonic ties had to bend the knees to these Europeans in order to become a Mason. So Prince Hall had to kiss ass. Now let's read. Hall is considered the founder of the Black Freemasonry in the United States, known today as the Prince Hall Freemasonry. He has formed the African Grand Lodge of North America and was unanimously elected as Grand Master and served until he died in 1807. Now look, he was interested in the Masonic fraternity because Freemasons was founded upon ideals of liberty, equality, and peace. Before the American Revolutionary War, Hall and 14 other freed black men petitioned, meaning they kissing ass, for admittance to the all-white Boston St. John's Lodge. Now, this is the same nigga who Crowdy is representing Prince Hall, but Prince Hall is petitioning kissing the ass of these white boys so they can have their own lodge or join the white lodge. Why you want to join with these niggas? But look, they turned him down. Having been rejected by colonial Freemasonry, Hall and 15 others sought and were initiated into Masonry by members of Lodge number 441 of the Grand Lodge of Ireland of March 6, 1775. So he's around, he went kissing ass to Boston, they rejected him. Now he went kissing ass to these white boys in Ireland and they accepted him. You know what I mean? So how can this be beneficial for our people when the goddamn founder of the Hebrew Israelite movement is part of a Freemason Masonic organization where they have to kiss ass to the white boys to get a lodge? So what you telling me, that's beneficial for black folks to be kissing ass to become a Mason? The lodge was attached to the British forces stationed in Boston. Hall and other free men founded African Lodge number 1, and he was named Grand Master. Now look, this is the lodge that allowed him to become initiated, the Grand Lodge of Ireland. And look what it states. The Grand Lodge of Ireland is the second most senior Grand Lodge of Freemason in the world and the oldest in continual existence. This is the dude. This is the first Earl of Rose. This is who Prince Hall and them is kissing ass to become a Mason. The Black Masons had limited power. They could meet as a lodge, participate in the Masonic processions on St. John's Day, and bury their dead with Masonic rites, but could not confer Masonic degrees or perform any other essential functions of a fully operating lodge. So why would you want to come to these cats who's treating you half-assed? Why are you kissing the ass of these niggas and petitioning to these niggas to become a goddamn Mason? But this is what Prince Hall had to go through to become a Mason. So he had to bend to the jurisdiction of these European Masons. So Crowdy, the nigga who had the vision that we black Hebrew Israelites, he would have had to bend to what the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge rules would have been. So if the white boys, like I said, if the white boys would have said, put on green hats, them niggas would have put on green hats. I think I heard somebody come on. There you go. The cloud kicker. There he is. What's the word, Cosmo Killy?
Man, what's the word, Jelly Bird?
Hey, man, I was like, you know what? Let me goddamn hop back on and continue this little rain you got going with this motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm about to do that lesson in the morning.
Which one? What you presented?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the presentation.
Okay, nice.
When you talking about share the whole presentation in the morning and just build in on it. You know what I mean? Show them benefits.
Big facts. So I'm just going in talking my shit about how can the Hebrew Israelite movement, because Gideon the Hebrew Israelite, so how can, that could be beneficial to our people if the forefathers of the movement got Masonic ties to with the Prince Hall, and Prince Hall kissing ass to these white boys to get his own goddamn movement, his own lodge.
And then let's not forget also how the book is handled. You dig what I'm talking about? King James, who wrote the version of the Bible they trust so much in, was the father of modern Freemasonry.
Big facts.
Right? He was they always talk about, JBN was a Mason, but there ain't no proof of that. That's just a claim.
Facts.
It ain't nobody been able to prove. But if I said, well, did the man who authorized the writing of the King James version of the Bible, was he a Freemason? Well, we can see in 1607, your boy in the Freemason Hall of Scone in Perth, King James.
Just that matter of fact, that's exactly what I was looking for. Go ahead. I'm glad you brought that
Right.
up.
Gets added onto the rolls of the Freemasons. So you dig what I'm talking about? And I get to pulling some stuff, where they talk about that the Bible is the Bible of the Masons.
Mm-hmm.
From the beginning. You know what I mean? From the beginning, they say that the Bible is the book of the Masons. And that's from the Masons themselves.
You see that, Rise? There you go, right there. What Cos is talking about? Yeah, right there. James was initiated into the Freemasonry, into the Lodge of Scone.
Yep, Scone in Perth.
There it is, right there. So y'all talking about John Bilal Newbro, a Mason, and he at 33rd degree, but y'all can't show us the lodge nor the year, but we can show you King James Lodge and the year.
And the nigga who brought him in.
You
think what I'm talking about? Let's not forget that. All of that, if you a real Mason, all of those things are recorded and documented.
Look, that shit still existed today. That shit right there. The Lodge of Scone and Perth, number 3.
Huh?
That's crazy, yo.
Right. And then the Freemasons say that the King James version of the Bible is the Freemason version of the Bible.
It makes sense
And
now.
that their God is the God of the Bible.
It makes sense. So first we find out this nigga Mason. Then he playing with demons over here. With the demonology book. Notice the demonology book got the black version of him on there. They didn't put the white King James on the demonology book. They made sure they put the black version of King James on the demonology book.
My thing is, didn't the book on demonology come out before the King James version Bible?
There you go, right there. High Mighty Prince James first published it in 1597.
Wow.
You know what I mean? What's the date of the King James? 1611, right?
1611. That's like 15 years before.
That's a whole nother century in this shit.
So he was a master demonologist by the time he wrote or authorized Bible, because there are some people who say Shakespeare got his hand off in there. And he is what's the brother name that wrote the book? He said they used Shakespeare as a, what do you call them? Like a pen name.
Right.
He used it as a pen name.
Oh, yeah.
But he has a real name, and it's slipping my mind right this second. But I could look it up. Hold on, I'm just rolling up a little strip of ting real quick.
I'm just showing, like, book is demonology. It says demonology includes the study of demonology and the methods demons use to bother troubled men. The book endorses the practice of witch hunting. This nigga King James had niggas out there hunting witches. This is the same King James version that you got in your goddamn living room, the King James Version Bible. This nigga was playing with demons prior to the King James Version. And
it's the understanding from books like demonology where they begin that sprout off into things like the Salem witch trials.
Exactly. But you remember they say King James was an African. So I was being sarcastic. I said this would have been King James hunting witches in England right here. That nigga got the spear running through North goddamn England hunting goddamn witches.
Wow.
So it's like, come on, man. Y'all niggas can't play with us, man. Now this is images of witch hunting from King James. Look how they was torturing these motherfuckers. Burning them on a stake. Look at this one in the middle right here. With the head, with the heads and the hands going through the thing. Yo, they was torturing niggas in the medieval times, yo.
Yeah, in the Inquisitions and all that.
Yeah, bro. Them
Yeah, man,
spirits
that
gotta be in
was
chaos
terrible.
still. Yeah, them spirits gotta still be in chaos, yo.
Look, man,
Hey,
they
look
got
at this.
them. They got them hung. You
These
see
is
that?
white people. This is white people. There ain't no niggas here.
Mm.
They try to paint niggas like we the worst niggas, but look at what they doing to their own. They shit.
Right.
They doing worse. If you think about it.
They hanging them niggas, burning them alive.
Yeah.
Look at that top one.
Look at that, yo.
I
I think that's supposed to be King James, one of these niggas out here, I think.
That's old boy Wicker, man. The one that they set on fire for changing the book from Latin into or Greek into English. Latin into English. Yep. They set old boy Wicker on fire.
That's crazy.
That's where you get the idea of a wicker basket.
That's crazy, yo.
Yep.
They murdering these niggas, man. Can you imagine being put in this position right here and be
barbaric, man? That's now that's drug behavior.
And see, that's what they don't understand. You could find drug behavior in every tribal nation,
race, color, creed.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Look at these are white folks hanging white folks, but then we see white folks hanging niggas, niggas hanging niggas. Now, what's this right here? Look at this. What the hell going on here?
He got some kind of contraption. He's got her arms behind her back.
And he turning some shit.
Yeah, he's stretching her, pillar to post.
Yeah, these niggas' spirits got to still be in chaos if they getting tortured like this, yo.
Yeah, well, remember, many of them in the Inquisition did get to come back and fight during the Civil War. Remember, they helped to help the North overrun the South.
Yeah, goddamn Leonidas and goddamn Xerxes and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, but remember they had that special group.
Yeah, that was holding back vengeance.
They was hands on.
Yeah, they was holding back vengeance from goddamn Louisville, I think.
Right, because they was trying to get that boy. You dig what I'm talking about?
They found out, you behind all this though? Yeah, they was trying to get a hold of Louis.
Yeah, they was trying to get Louis because they had been some of the people who had been tortured in the name of Christ. You dig what I'm talking about? All the martyrs. These were the martyrs. And they still had that animosity. Like, look, y'all going to war, we going to war too.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Give us a special type of job, or you ain't just gonna sit us on the sideline.
Exactly. Right.
We've been sitting around here. Think about it. When did the American Civil War happen? 1861, 1860, right? You have been sitting around since the 1100s.
That's crazy, yo.
And look, these people right here got killed in 1579.
Look at that. Right. And that's over there in England. Them niggas over there still lingering in spirit. They probably got 100 houses and all that over there. Don't even know what's going on, the reason why.
Right. It's 400, 500 years later. You dig what I'm talking about? These niggas, and think about that. You done tore me apart, fed me to dogs, hung me, lit me on fire, dipped me in boiling hot excrement and tarred and feathered me. You shot me. You did everything to me. I'm still holding that grudge.
Oh, yeah. Big facts. Big facts.
Well, how do they get that off? See?
Now, look at this. This is a depiction in the book, Demonology. Suspected witches kneeling before King James.
Show that picture.
Did that look like a nigga?
Look like no Bantu nigga from the Congo to me.
Look at that. That's King James in the shit.
That's bloody King James right there, bloke.
Hey, the nigga with the stick looked like Lincoln.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's crazy, bro.
Man.
And then we talking about King James coming back to the goddamn the Hebrew Masonic ties. You got all these Europeans. You got the United Grand Lodge of England, Anthony Sayer. The member present elected as the first Grand Master. So these niggas is kissing ass to these Europeans. So coming back to Crowdy, remember Crowdy said what? He claimed to have had several visions,
Right.
in which he was told, yo, Cosmo, who told him that in the vision?
He don't know.
He don't even know that the black people were descendants of the lost tribes of Israel.
I would say, honestly, knowing what I know now, it's one of the false gods that come from under Luamong after he went to hell. You dig what I'm talking about? Probably somebody like.
You say some Juju.
Honestly, the member in the book of Radiance, where Osiris and them come back and they tell you that about some of the people who help him, but also who the false god is. Remember, it said when things got tight, the god Michael, who calls himself Yahweh, right? And is the Jehovah over there, but is also Allah.
Right.
He the common Allah now. He take both sides. He fight on both sides. So what I'm telling you is the same God that's inspiring Israel to shoot into Iran is inspiring Iran to shoot back at Israel.
Right, exactly. They playing both sides of the fence.
Yeah. The point is to kill the most people. That's how false God populates his heaven, because you once you die, you are bound to the thing you praised.
Exactly.
Right.
So if you got 10,000 strong Muslims believing in Allah and they all get wiped out at one time, nigga, that's 10,000. That's a 10,000 harvest right there.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a harvest.
And that's why I start to look at plagues and all that stuff a little different. You dig what I'm talking about? Like, because some of the false gods start them.
Right. That's crazy, yo.
Right. To kill the people on purpose.
Yeah. What was the goddamn definition of a plague? Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. When I read that shit, the definition of a plague, how that's goddamn some foul, stinking ass niggas on, like, that's crazy. Stinking ass spirits.
Yeah, man.
Well, let's show that real quick. Plague, yo. When I was like, yo, that's deep.
Why am I offline? I don't get why I'm offline.
Where is that? Plague. All right. That's 4:13:7.
Heard his words and the world begun.
4:13:7. We about to blow y'all mind with this one. 4:13:7. That's in the book of Leka, chapter 15. Book of Leka, chapter 15. Let me pull that up. Book of Leka. Hold up. Where that shit at? Let me see. There you go. Book of Leka 15:7. I mean, I said 15:7. Chapter 15. Show y'all what a plague is according to the Owaski. Let me see. All right, 15 verse 7. All right, so hold on. Oh no, I'm tripping. It's 19. 19. All right, here we go.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his words and the world begun.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah. Hey man, shout
I
out.
ain't heard that one.
You ain't heard that?
Nah.
Oh
'Cause I
man,
remember y'all was talking about it last time, and I was like, y'all missed that one.
I gotta see you that joint. Hold
Hell
on, let
yeah.
me see.
I need that shit.
Let me see
I
if I
heard y'all
got
talking about it
it
the
in
other day.
here.
I'm like, hold up, how I got them and you got them know about that shit?
Let me
Let me
see.
see. All right. Boom, here we go. All right. Found it. It was 14. So let's come up here. Let me just start from here and just read down. This is the book of Micah, son of Jehovah, chapter 14. We're going to start from verse 3 and read down. This then is a synopsis of the atmospheric heavens at that time. Namely, in the hells of Horeb with Anuhasat Elias Dias, 40 billion angels.
Dang.
Nigga, we can't even fathom what the fuck is going on in the hell now with 40 billion angels. In the hells of Tian, 8 billion. In the hells of Sudga, 12 billion. In the hells of Yo God Osiris, 17 billion.
Dang.
Huh? In the smaller hells in other parts of Haiti, there were in all 14 billion angels. Look at that.
Mm.
These 91 billion were not all bound in their respective hells. More than 30 billion of them surged about from one hell to another, often in groups of billions.
Wow.
Groups of billions? Yo, son, yo, Kyle, what the fuck is going on here, man?
Man, this is a mob.
That shit is beyond, man. Look at this, son. Now, here's the catcher. And these groups, these billions, at times,
Moving through the
descend.
atmospheric region. So this is in the air.
Exactly.
All right.
So keep in mind, Corona, COVID-19, you just said that these niggas is moving in billions coming from hell. So it states, and these groups at times descending to the earth, fastening upon mortals, even casting large cities and nations in death.
Yes.
Now let's stop right there for a second. How they do that? Look what the next verse say. Because they carry their foulness of their hells with them. They impregnate the air.
With
Go ahead, finish it off.
With poison.
With poison. So that mortals were swept off by the million. And these were called plagues. This is a spiritual thing. COVID-19 was some goddamn dirty ass spirits running around in the atmosphere.
So that make us look at JBN and Shalom a little different. How the hell did you get a Spanish flu outbreak when there wasn't no Spanish flu around? And then you're in the middle of the New Mexico desert.
Right. Right.
Right. How did it hit just there?
Right. Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? These is the things we got to take into taking the context when we reading this stuff.
It says they impregnated the air with poison. Now, COVID-19 was an example of that. The air was impregnated with poison. Niggas over here dying from respiratory issues and shit like that.
Yeah.
Kind of find out it was goddamn probably spirits by the millions and billions. These niggas done floated from China to Europe to America. If they ain't moving by the billions, what does 30 billion angels look like? What do 30 billion people look like?
I don't know.
Just imagine 30 billion people.
Imagine how long they had to be there.
Right.
They say what every 33, what is it? Watch me say every 33 years, 1 billion people are born and half die.
Oh yeah, that shit. Right. Facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? How long would it take to get 40 million? Would it be 6,000 years or less?
And then for these niggas to be moving as one body as a billion, like how would that nigga? That would block out the sun. You remember the movie 300 when them niggas shot the arrows and it blocked out the sun?
Yeah, it would be. You know what I think of it more like a tidal wave. They would be just screaming, chaotic, demonic entities bent on destruction and foulness. Not even that they want to be foul, they just are and can't help it.
Right.
So like, I kind of look at them like water, wave, and rushing. Or they be like, because they like moving, like it's almost like a knot. But I
think that's why Georgia don't let us get a glimpse of the unseen, because the shit we would see would.
Boy, you would lose your mind. You would lose your mind. So imagine all the people who were able to see, but just weren't able to control it.
Right. Facts.
They would have called them crazy, right?
Shit, they got that today. They put them in the goddamn asylum, same house in them crazy houses when people talk about they hear voices or this person told me to do this and I stabbed them and all that crazy shit.
And the crazy part is up here in Michigan, like 97, they closed all the crazy houses and kicked all the people on the streets and made them homeless and then or put them in jail. You dig what I'm saying? They just emptied the insane asylums up here, man, and it has been crazy. It's been crazy ever since.
Big facts, yo. Shout out Malachi Maccabee. I see you in the chat, King. So look at this.
Molly.
Leka said, "Behold, I will give a new grade to these heavens for a season. From this time, such angels shall be known as being in the first resurrection. But spirits who have quit their old haunts and joined organic associations, being enlisted in companies, either for labor or for receiving heavenly instructions, shall be known as being in what? The second resurrection." So here the Owaspi is explaining the first and second resurrection and what it inquires for you to be in them. But in the Bible, it talks about the first and second resurrection and it doesn't elaborate on what it is.
Yeah.
And then it states, and such spirits as have attained to Etherian grades, being brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, having ascended beyond atmospheria into the Etherian world, shall be known as being in the third resurrection. So here you have the first, second, and third resurrection and a brief description about what it is and how to attain it.
Right. Now
we
look,
can't even fathom these goddamn.
Read the next one.
Oh yeah. Let's get into it.
Read the next one, because this is where your idea of a hag sitting on your chest, or a succubus, or an incubus, or a vampire even comes from.
Exactly.
They're angels.
All these are your ancestors.
Vampire is the rank of an angel, but it's not the rank up; it's a rank down.
And like he say, all these are your ancestors. These are your loved ones. This is your wicked ass uncle who was doing wickedness and crossed over in that fashion, and he continued wickedness as an ancestor, as an angel or a spirit.
Yep.
It becomes worse for them. Those niggas become demons, devils, all those terminology you would term for evil people. It's the same thing in spirit. So it states angels, and keep in mind, angels is nothing but the spirits of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Who engraft themselves onto mortals, becoming like a twined spirit to one corporeal body, shall be known as reincarnated spirits. So you know, right now it's a big thing with people who have a bipolar position.
Right.
Meaning you got some shit going on, split personality shit going on. When you
and schizophrenia.
Exactly.
Bipolar schizophrenia going hand in hand.
Exactly. This is proof of angels who engraft themselves on mortals. You don't know this, but we do.
Mm.
When you wondering, I'm bipolar. I mean, you admitting that you got a goddamn engrafted ancestor on your ass that's messing with your mind. Becoming twined in spirit to one corporeal body shall be known as reincarnated spirit. So now we know what a reincarnated spirit is. It's a nigga haggling on your back, engrafted. But
like, think like when you say engraft, think like a parasite.
right, a parasite.
It's not only just entwined on you, it's engrafted into you and is feeding off of you.
It's feeding you like a exactly like a leech.
Like a leech. Yep. Or a tick.
Exactly. But where such spirits usurp the corporeal body, as he just stated, as of an infant, growing up in the corporeal body and holding the native spirit in abeyance.
Listen, read that again.
Yo,
says,
let's slow that down a little bit.
Yeah, read that
again. I don't think they understood what's going on here. And this is a perfect example. And look, but where such spirits usurp the corporeal body, meaning engrafted, using the body, like he just said.
It usurp it. It means like take control.
Right. Possession, obsession, right.
Yeah.
And then look, as of an infant. So they get you when you were infant.
Baby.
Look at the levels. You won't even get a chance to be who you are. This nigga done grafted on your ass from an infant, growing up in the corporeal body and holding the native spirit in abeyance.
Abeyance. Or he holding it back like, you know what I mean? Like he's got it chained or like the whole, like he's got it under.
Got you goddamn, they got the hand over your mouth type shit, hand over your mouth shit.
Yeah.
This is a perfect example right here of what we're talking about. This movie right here. How do you pronounce it? There you go, The Exorcist. The Exorcist is an example of what we're reading.
Yeah.
In The Exorcist, the spirit possessed the goddamn lady, held her spirit in abeyance, and the spirit was speaking through her body, had total control of her.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're reading here.
Yep. Obsession and possession.
Exactly. Look at this one.
Hey, hold on. Which spirits shall be known as demons, which was the origin of that name.
Look at that. Let's go back. We ain't done. Yes. So a goddamn demon is an engrafted ancestor holding your spirit native and taking control. That's like somebody coming to your house and taking control of your household.
Hey, word to the wise. Here's a benefit. Here's how you tell if one of these engrafted ancestors have gotten on to you. Are you one of the people who tout reincarnation?
Right.
This is how you know. Reincarnation is the invented ideal of jujas or demons.
That's right.
Only demons and those who have these engrafted obsessed spirits in their bodies teach reincarnation.
That's right.
So when you see somebody and they look all holy and we've reincarnated 1,000 times in a million worlds and Cosman and when this is how you know they fake.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. But then you got the stories where you hit a little white boy talking about he was such and such in the 1700s and they gonna look it up. Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
That's scary because you looking at this little white boy face and what's looking back at you was this goddamn spirit. It ain't even the little white boy. He done took the goddamn white boy spirit as native talking about I was such and such in the 1700s. You can look it up. And it's the nigga you really talking to.
My name is Galileo. I lived in the, you know what I mean? Or I'm Wooty Wop from the 1100s. I was killed during the Inquisition.
Right,
and you go look it up. And he dropping science on this dude. Nobody knew.
Yeah, you really talking to that spirit. Don't even know it.
Don't even know it. You dig what I'm talking about? You're talking to the demon and not even the baby. You're not even talking to the child.
Exactly. That's why I brought up The Exorcist, because when
Yep.
The Exorcist, when the spirit, and you know what? I got to go back and look at this movie again to see if they actually had a name for this demon compared to like in a movie like this movie right here with let me pull this one up real quick. You know this
With
one.
your boy Azazel.
Nigga, you beat me to it, nigga. You beat me to it. You already got
what
that
was the
note,
song
boy.
though? He had a little song he was whispering.
Time is on my side. Yes, it is.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, yo, that shit with Denzel Washington. So now in this one, it reveals that the angel was Azazel. You know what I mean? And then this nigga, right? And this nigga started speaking the Aramaic in the movie because it was a part when he was in the this part when he was in the goddamn police department.
Yeah.
And the spirit started singing a song. And he followed them outside. And then he lost, like he didn't know where the spirit went. Then the man turned around. Or I guess he realized it was the white people because they was looking at him. They would look back and give him that look. Yeah. And then he read that shit in Aramaic. I forgot what it was. But he said, da, 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 da. And the white boy turned around, or the lady turned around and was like, oh, Aramaic, how sweet, do, 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 do. So they letting you know, like, yo, these spirits is jumping from people to people. They show that in the movie through the touch of hand.
Yeah.
The touching of hands. And the spirit is moving. And that's Azazel. And the nigga never died in the movie. You know what I mean?
Right. And
he
you know what they always say
taking
about
niggas out,
energy.
capturing souls.
You know what they always say about energy. A lot of people don't, they say it, but they don't kind of really understand what they're saying, that energy is not produced, is never destroyed. It just changes.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it just
because in one breath, because that's a real vague state.
Yeah. And then, but even if you applied that spiritually, changing form could literally be meaning hopping body to body.
Exactly. And then they saying like energy, dealing with an abstract form, bodiless.
Yeah.
They kind of talking creator, but they don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
They just put creator. They really talking about vortexia.
And yeah. Vortex, yeah, it's all the energy.
Exactly.
And even the misnomer ones, like gravity. You did what exactly. About? Even the misnomer ones, that's vortex too.
Yeah. Because that's driven to the center. That, niggas thinking it's gravity, but it's not gravity. It's goddamn pressure.
Yeah, it's push. How we got pressure from the outside in if it's pulling.
Right.
Huh? If it's pulling to the center.
And the proof is, they tell us
like they say gravity does, it pulls things to the center of the earth.
Exactly.
Well, then if it's pulling things to the center of the earth, it would collapse the atmosphere. Wouldn't be no air. One. But you wouldn't have pressure. Two. See, pressure comes from outside and is applied inwards. Like
what we're talking about is the vortex. Let me pull up a whirlwind, because Jehovah said the whirlwind is the sun as I give. Right. Or galaxy. Hell, I'll pull up a galaxy. That's what we're talking about.
A lot of y'all see that a lot of the gang and those who are getting familiar with Owaspy, and shout to the creative gang out there, man. Love, life, balance out there to y'all. Y'all see that when we in the chat, we throw them vortexes. Them spinning cyclone signs.
That's right.
Right? Because that in and of itself is the fingerprint.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That's the fingerprint of the creator.
It's the fingerprint of the creator.
That's what you're looking at right there, is the goddamn fingerprint. Big facts.
Not only does a cyclone on a minute level and a galaxy on a major level spin vortexally, right? Spirally. But every energetic force, period. Don't matter if you call it electricity, magnetism, whatever you light, whatever you call it,
Facts.
is all spiraling.
What's that picture where they show
And
the
this is the
vortex like a cigar?
understanding of the energetic force that Tesla was breaking down with his science of 369.
Mm. Facts.
Mm-hmm. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, man. And the crazy part is we can do it
Right,
too.
there you go. Now
There
look,
you go.
there go the vortex, right? Now let's put up the DNA strand.
Ooh.
Look at the DNA strand.
Ooh. Spiraling.
The DNA strand, right? This is your DNA. I wonder when did they discover this objective spiral we looking at? When did they discover this? But Owaspi showing, look, same shit.
Right.
It's the same force and power, the spiral that you see in the DNA, and that you
So
see.
not only does your heart work as a vortex pump, spiraling blood from the tip of your toes to the top of your head and back around again, right?
Right.
On the micro, but the galaxy spins in the same exact way and does the same thing, moving energetic forces inwards and outwards to keep itself balanced, right? To where even science admit that overall in our galaxy, there's an overall energetic force of 0. It's perfectly balanced. That should be impossible. It's perfectly
Exactly.
balanced. How? Because it's a mind behind it. It ain't no guesswork to it.
Exactly.
Right? It happened just like it was supposed to, and that's why everything works together, just like a clock.
Yo, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy. Yeah, the examples is endless. Here's another example. The very definition of a vortex. We got a vortex example.
Mm-hmm.
We got a goddamn helium atom. And then we got the spiraling galaxy. One universal order. But they talking like we talking crazy. They can't even pull up shit like this in the Bible. They can even pull up an example of a damn atom cell and show scripture to make it make sense.
In no spiritual text.
Facts.
Shout out to the Brahmins and the Buddhists. You dig what I'm talking about? They got the Vedas, the Avestas, the Puranas, the Mahabharata, and we are light years above them. They would probably be the closest to try to figuring out and understanding this type of science. But Owaspi was talking about quantum fractal science and the atomic nature and structure of the universe in 1881, nigga. What is we talking about?
Yeah, Bible ain't talking about.
What y'all got to understand is wasn't no atoms in 1881. So what are you talking about the atomic structure of the universe for? And that we are like atoms in the creators, in the body of the creator, or all creation. The part that you can see and the part you can't see. Funny.
They can't look at their Bible.
System in order. That same system in order. Man has a part you can see and a part you can't see.
That's crazy, yo.
It's one system in order. Listen.
They
all you got to do. Go ahead, Selah.
No. Go ahead. Finish up. Go ahead. You good?
No. And if y'all don't believe that this goes from the micro to the macro, I'm talking about from suns. All you got to do is hold your thumb up and look at your thumbprint. I'm talking about down to your fingertips and your not only your DNA spiral, but your fingerprints spiral.
Look at this.
Everything.
Boom, there it is. There it is.
Spiral.
Look at the vortex of this fingerprint right here.
What I'm telling you is, if you put it up against the golden ratio, it always comes out perfect. How? On every single person. And we all got different ones. How? Because it's the fingerprint of an incomprehensible entity.
Right.
This nigga can do it. No, he does everything.
Yes. You can't separate
The
from it.
only reason anything happens ever is because Jaja there.
Exactly. That motion.
Right? Y'all call it chemistry. Y'all call it biomechanics. Y'all call it physiognomy, psychology, this or whatever, geometry. You call it a billion things to try to rationalize the symmetry, beauty, and harmony of the nature you watching, instead of just calling it what it is, creation. And guess what it is? And guess what? There ain't never been a creation in all niggerdom that didn't come with a creator.
Right.
Ain't no watch without no watchmaker. So guess what? Ain't no world without a world maker.
Exactly, yo. That vortex, yo.
It takes the game to a different level.
He had vortices running for eons before he dissipated them.
Hold on. Dig this. It's angels who start the vortex. Ooh.
Where's that leaker?
Ooh. Yeah.
Is that leaker for?
Yeah. And then he said, I think this is the book Osiris, where he said, until you have created a solar system or Earth with a firmament.
No, that's Apollo, I think.
He said you ain't even half.
Half complete. I think that's Apollo.
You ain't even half.
Yeah, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy work.
Even half the God you gonna be.
Yeah, that's next level.
Now, but the dope part is, even in that, you made a planet. You started off you used the alchemical nature of of all creation to put a corporeal body together, right? A planet, right? You can fashion the air for it, you can got it right and all that, and you can brought it to guess what? You still can't make life.
Right.
Don't matter how powerful you is. You can't make no man.
Yo, that book of that book of goddamn discipline. I mean, not discipline. Book of divinity, nigga. Them lessons they gonna be learning up in the first and second kingdom. Let me pull some of that up real quick. Niggas, you know what I mean? Come on, man. It's to the point where I'm like, you know what? I ain't about to waste time with these niggas no more. We done proved our point. Nigga, we got Book of Divinity talking about higher science. And these niggas is running about a tribal god hating Esau.
Word. And then where was
shit.
you know what I mean? Where was Esau when they were selling the boy to the Midianites?
Exactly. Joseph.
Yeah, when they were selling Joseph to the Midianites.
That's Zarathustra. The big homies Zarathustra. That's the wrong book. Book of Divinity. That's it. Yeah, let's touch on some of these goddamn lessons niggas gonna be learning in the kingdom. Let me go. Let's think start from like 11. Right here, yeah. 11 forever. Now, you know what? Look at the benefit of knowing this. In the seventh divine law, dealing with the child of a Zarathustra being too young to speak shall not make confessions, even through the priest. The mortal priest shall say, "O you master light, behold, my child is dead. Receive its little tender spirit. Take it to your heavenly place of delight. And the guardian angel shall take the young baby spirit to a place suitable to it. Look at the benefit of doing this. The comfort a mother who done lost their child to hear this, knowing that the spirit of they deceased son is in the hands of righteous ancestors, and deliver it to the Asaphs, the angels who receive the spirits. And the angels who receive the spirit shall examine it, the baby spirit, and if it requires fetal, they shall provide it in heaven, if possible. But look at this. But if it is too young, like an infant, then shall the...
Or an aborted fetus.
Exactly. That's what I meant, a fetus. Then shall the Asaphs, the angels in control of the spirit, with the sufficient guard, look what it states, shall take it back to its mortal mother or its mortal father or its brother or sister or other near kin, or to whom the Asaphs, the angels in charge, find most advisable. And the spirit child shall be put to bed every night with its fetal mother, fetal father, or fetal host, so that its spirit may draw sufficient sustenance to grow into everlasting life. But the Asaphs, the spirits in charge, who have it in charge, shall bring it away in the morning to its place in heaven. Look at that.
Look at that.
That's
what grandma doing.
You see what I'm exactly?
Huh? That's what grandma doing. She making sure if you've ever lost a child or had an abortion, or you know what I mean, or you've had a young child pass away from SIDS or something like that. You know what I mean? It is a benefit and a comfort to know that your ancestors come back and watch them babies. And how we know it's your ancestor is because an Ashar watches over their familial line.
Right.
And then the dope part is you don't have one Ashar.
Right.
Every person has a shift of 4.
Facts.
Right. Some of us have more. It talks about in OWASP, General George Washington had over 2,000s, and they caught bullets.
And that's documented history.
Yeah, caught bullets and passed them through him. Shot him in the front. They passed it with no thing through his body and pushed it out the back of the coat.
That's crazy, yo.
Killed all type of horses up under this man. Listen, the Aboriginals, it was one Aboriginal chief, I can't remember his name. When it was all over, he just wanted to come and just look at George Washington.
Facts.
He said, nigga, I can't even war with you no more. I done had you in my cross sights 8 times, and I hit you 8 times. I hit you 8 times. I know. He said, I'm deadly, and I know I'm deadly, and I know I hit you. He said, the Great Spirit didn't want you dead. So who am I? You know what I mean?
Facts. I remember you brought that up. We need to find that. Facts.
Yeah, who am I to try to keep warm? This is futile. Boy, I done shot you enough times. Boy, you know how many times I shot you?
I emptied the clip on you.
Emptied the clip, hit you with the Drake. Close range. I shot you close range with the Drake. And it's just choo 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 choo. He doing the Neo. He bending through the matrix. He all in the. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they don't understand that even spirituality is still semi-physical.
Exactly.
You just can't see it. But guess what?
All right, hold on. You
can't
just said
see the
something.
air either.
You about to know, you just touched on it because, like, we deal with the science. So anytime niggas thinking we talking spookism and we talking about we can't see it, bring up that electromagnetic spectrum. Or you thought you had us, huh? Nope. What we did, what that say? Visible light.
Visible light.
I spoke about this the other night when I was talking about the spirits
And
of the dead.
invisible light so small, y'all.
Exactly, compared to the rest.
Yeah, it's like you see like I don't even think you see 1 full percent of light.
Nah,
It's
look how
like
small that is, yo. Look at
yeah,
this.
like 95% of light. I think it's more. It's less than that. It's like 359. It's like 96.5% of light you can't see.
Right. Look at this shit right here, my nigga. Look at the little ass strip right here. That's visible light. And keep in mind, if we go out of visible light and go into the UV side or the infrared side, it's going to be a whole other spectrum of color range.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
we can't even fathom. Because the higher color range going into
The
visible light.
indigos and
Yeah, exactly. It will start going to colors over here that we don't even know in the UV range.
right. We can't see them.
Exactly.
Can you
But if we
imagine
in
them
that
colors,
range,
bro?
yeah, because I heard like some of these spirit encounters or people who done crossed over talking about or they had a spiritual experience, they'll talk about how they see colors that they can't describe on earth because there's nothing to describe them. I done heard that numerous times from different sources where they say, yeah, there's colors there that I can't describe on earth because there's no color to describe it. I'm
Right.
like, damn, what the fuck? How can you even fathom that?
Right. Or I heard some music and I can't describe it to you.
Same
It's,
type of shit, exactly.
Yeah, it's like music, but I can't, you know what I mean? It's like you feel it.
Right. So when I was talking yesterday about, or the other day about the electromagnetic spectrum, I was saying that the drudges, they move in the range of radio wave. Because if you look at the movie Poltergeist, when I showed the picture of Poltergeist, you remember the demon came through the TV and took the girl.
TV. Because
Exactly.
look, she's below 350 nanometers.
Right.
But what this has to do with the first 200-year Danai period and these last 22 years or so before the semi-Dan is that in 5.5 years from now, right? Remember, these last 33 years started in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Started in 2014. So we now 12 years basically into the future, or in a shar in a year. If you go 5.5 years, you dig what I'm talking about, from 2015 or from 2025, excuse me, you in 2031. And at that time, Owaspi says, and on the Arachno Umbungala, that around this time, that is especially when the foundation of many of the great brotherhoods, you will start seeing the seeds of that. Right? They start right at the same time that the earth enters a region where light starts to move above 350 nanometers.
Yeah, I think you may have touched on that before, where we were talking about there's going to be some densities that we're going to come across where it's going to get dense, where it's going to materialize the ancestors.
Not only that, but you'll see old things dying off and new things sprouting up. Because we in that time where it's called Sutao, right? Where people are trying to make their mind up what they gonna rock with, what they believe. Right? By 2031, that's gonna be setting on ice. We in a time where people can just expound the thing without proving it or showing it, and they gain all the rigmarole. You dig what I'm talking about? But in the end of the day, only the true is gonna be standing.
Already.
And after 2031, you dig what I'm talking about? We never drop below 350 nanometers again. This is the important part of Cosmon. Right? Because Ethereum light, after the first Dana, after the first semi-dan, or 2048, 200 years, or a halftime, right? Remember your Bible say a time and a half time? Well,
Right.
halftime is 200 years. It's a semi-dan. That's a harvest season, right? Which they trying to correlate with the what do you call them little 25-year jubilees,
The Jubilees.
right? They be trying to correlate it with the jubilees, but they're off.
Right. Remember, that Jubilees got to start from 3761.
even if you do, they off.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm talking about?
I used to have the book of Jubilee, man. I let some nigga hold it, but they got like a time frame how they, they do the years and shit.
Oh man, listen, did you hear Bron's new song with the SNR? You see this for each and every, you see what he got up there? That
No.
Book of Jehovah. That
Where?
for each and every world I created a vortex first.
He got a song for that?
Man, go to the Creator Gang Network page. It's made by the SNRs.
The SNRs.
The SNRs, man. He got a joint. You if you think that great wisdom cannot be
we're not even going there. We're not even playing that. We're not even playing them games,
yeah.
though.
If you think that's hard, wait till you hear this new one.
It's Creator Gang TV, right?
What's
it, Creator Gang Incorporated? I forgot.
Yeah, I think it's the Creator Gang Network.
All right.
The new SNR video.
What's it called? Think Not?
It's got four brothers on the front.
Let me share the screen. I'm tripping. But he got the four brothers on all of them, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, that one.
All right, which one is it?
Yeah, Think Not. Wait a minute. Yeah.
You got Think Not. You got True That.
It was one that was released today. That's that first one. Play that first.
Okay, say 9 hours ago. All right.
Yeah, play that one.
Can you hear
it?
it?
This shit hard.
You can hear that?
No.
All right, I got to do it the other way. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me time out of here.
You just gotta click the little auto button.
Yeah. Let me hold on.
Audio, I mean.
I think I gotta share it this way. Yeah, there we go.
The joint hard. I like it, man.
You can see the screen.
Not yet.
It ain't showing. All right.
Okay, there you go.
Where we at? Let me see. Let's see. What's the talk about?
In every corporeal world, created I a vortex first, and by its rotation and by the places in the firmament whither it traveleth, caused I the vortex to conceive the corporeal world. A great vortex created I for the sun, and within this vortex and subject to it, made I the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds. Think not. Oh, think not. Think not. Oh, man, that I created the sky, a barren waste, and void of use. Even as man in the corporeal form is adapted to the corporeal earth, so is he in the spiritual form adapted to my ethereal worlds. 3 great estates have I bestowed on man: the corporeal, the atmosphere, and and the ethereal. Things that man see, created I with a beginning and an end. But the unseen I made of endless duration. The corporeal man made I belong into the scene. But the spiritual man made I as one within the unseen and everlasting. As the corporeal man beholdeth corporeal things, so doth the spiritual man follow upward the evaporated corporeal entities of things. As corporeal things are tangible to corporeal world.
Yeah, that's hard, Joe. That's hard, Joe.
That's hard, man.
Yeah, I better slice and dice that up. Thanks, Bronze.
Yeah, man.
I'll be downloading that. Yeah, that nigga Bronze done figured out how to use that shit, yo.
That's hard, bro.
Yeah, that shit is hard. I ain't gonna front. Yo, how many songs niggas got now? Like 4 or some shit? Niggas have to have a nice little album in a minute.
Let me see. I can't. I don't know if I can play it on this thing. I know he got it. I think it's on the Creative Game page 2.
What? You talking about that song?
No, the Book of Jehovah.
There's another one?
Yeah. Made by Kev Capone. He got the group, the undergrads. They hard.
Yeah, where that one at?
I think it's on the same channel. I think Kev got it up there too. Or tap in Book of Jehovah undergrads. It'll come up. It's online. I mean, it's on YouTube. That joint hot, bro. When that flute come in, it catch me right off top.
You said Book of Jehovah undergrad?
Yeah, Book of Jehovah undergrads. Yeah. Symmetry sung, heard his words, and the world begun. That shit hard. Damn, I think that might be that's up there.
Oh, okay, I see it. I'm gonna play it now. Let me know if you hear it. You hear it?
I hear it. Yeah.
The Book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The Book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one.
Before the earth took shape, new sound of sight, the creator sliced the time in the day and night. He breathed through void till the ether stirred, then sent angels and prophets to teach his word. Motion,
notion, devotion aligned, encoded design in the spine of time. Wind wrote signs on the breath of the prime. S intertwined with the flesh of the line.
Quicken the killer, conceiver entwined, dual divine, the ether confined. Two entities birthed, corpor and S. Life compressed in the vortex nest. Spirit in the mist, physics resist. Matter persist in Jehovah's fist. Dust kiss flame, Play became twist, anatomy gift from the infinite list. Male and female named through air, EOE. That sacred blare, not beast, not star. Not anywhere but the whisper of wind as a builder's prayer. Vortex speak, the sequence hum, the life resume. From void to bloom, the ether groom, creation's womb. Every tune in the flames plume, a living rune. If your soul need food, here's what you consume.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry son. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry son. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one.
Three states of worlds I made, corporeal terrain, an atmosphere and chain to Etherian planes. Ether the pure, obscure domain. The ghost of light, free the soul from shame. Atmosphere, field and flow. AGA, nebula glow. Currents collide where the comets go. Gravity bent with the vortices, so sound became law. Law gave sight, and every soul aligned in Jehovah's light. His love gave reason, and the heart retune. If your body need rest, here's the text to consume.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one.
Before the clay inhaled the spark, the plan was grand. See moose spun pulse through the dust of man. Ether expand to where the blueprint ran. Spirit tied to flesh by Jehovah's hand. Angels descended, intelligent warm. Walked with Azu where the light was born. Heaven breathed with immortal form. Lord met love and the veil was torn. The seed took root in the coil's perfume. Sense evolved under the sun and the moon. Time broke the sleep of a deep commune. And now man learns pattern from teeth to spoon. From breath to balance, the most high drop clues from speech and sequence. The spirit world moved from page to prophecy through mahogany hues. If your mind need peace, here's the key to consume.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah.
Hard. I think that's the hardest one.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard.
Yeah. You
That's
see,
hard. That shit is
see
dope.
that one right there, that book of Septantes? But go into the page and see if what he got up there. To the undergrads page. Go in here. See what he got up there. Shout out to
page.
Yeah, that's Kev Capone. We gotta shout this out because I want you to hear that.
Yeah, he got all his music.
No, yeah. Listen, play the Lord's third book. Last
2
one.
months ago. What the hell? Hold on, you said what? Play the Lord's third book?
Yeah, hard. Let's go.
This nigga got a whole album out right here.
Yes, man. He did an album on the Owaspy, man. I gotta give it some light, bro. I
ain't know that, bro. Shit, nigga. We about to play all these motherfuckers from here on out.
Look, bro. It's hard.
You can hear it. You can hear it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's that blue red shit.
We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the wise ones look. These are from the scriptures of the Lord's third book. We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the wise ones look. These are from the scriptures of the Lord's third book.
In the ark of Rupta, the heavens wide. The Lord descended through the fiery tide to Guadama's land where the rivers been. Calling his children to rise again. He said, where are the hens, my sacred band? The quiet minds who still understand, not the kings in gold, nor the towers tall, but the humble who measure and build for all. They came from the valleys and mountain veins, from the lands of copper and silver plains, not dressed in jewels nor armored pride, but with clean hands and the truth inside. They built canals where the waters flow, squared the stone where the temples grow. Silent strength, the meek refine. the greatest people the Lord could find.
We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the chosen look. We are in shape the world in the Lord's third book. We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the chosen look. We are in shape the world in the Lord's third book.
The pride grew strong in the Ahorn land. The kings took power with a soldier's hand. Temples rose up of copper and gold, but the hearts of the people were dark and cold. The Ahens warned of the coming test, but the war drums beat in the east and west. The Lord grew weary, his angels fled, and spirits of darkness ruled instead. Then came the Onwees, fierce and bright, born from the unions of day and night. They hunted and fought by the river's line, carving their laws in flesh and time. They learned the fire from the stones they struck, built their nets and spears by luck. Yet even in war, the plan still stood. The Lord would turn it all to good.
We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the hunters look. Long we left the mark.
Yeah, that's hard as fuck.
We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the hunters look. Long we left the mark in the Lord's third book.
A light broke forth where the blood had dried. The Ahen wisdom met the Onwees pride. From war and hunger, the new race came. The Gans walked forth in Jehovah's name. They learned to plow and how to chisel the stone, and raised up temples with the hands of their own. No idol or master to chain their view. They labored in rhythm, the world made new. Their prophets spoke of the law within, a balance that cleanses the dust of sin. They taught that work was a prayer in time, and peace was the art of the soul refined. They gathered the nation, the fierce and meek, to build one tongue for the truth to speak. They broke their soul chains in the dark cloud, shook and rose enlightened and united in the Lord's third book.
We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the faithful look. Gans fulfill the word in the Lord's third book. We rise from dust where the strong men fell, reading from the pages where the prophets tell. Lost men boast while the faithful look. Gans fulfill the word in the Lord's third book. Yeah.
Let me tell you, this AI shit about to take shit over, my nigga.
Hey, listen.
This nigga spitting bars, bro. That ain't no weak ass lines he spitting, yo.
No, Kevin wrote them. Kev wrote them. You dig what I'm talking about? But Kev wrote all that. You know what I mean? I did my little consulting job, so you dig what I'm talking about? But hey, play that Book of Apollo.
Damn, son, I'm late, nigga. Sheesh.
Man, I should have.
You know what? I remember I did see this in the group chat, but I ain't click on it. I seen it, but I ain't click on it at the time.
Yeah, play that Book of Apollo. Wait a minute.
There.
Apollo brought on.
Yeah, it is.
Love and kept the law of the host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he man whole. Apollo brought on. Love and kept the law of the host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he man whole.
He came from Thomas, God of Donga and Ta, controller of vortices, son of Jah, once a mortal man, now Jehovah's angel, who shaped the early humans in the forms more graceful. He said peace and patience are the keys to sight, and perceive there be reasons for dark and light. For where chaos moves, let order descend, and beauty be the language that souls comprehend. He looked on earth, man warring again, deaf to the music that Jehovah sends. Their hands built weapons, their hearts made noise. So Apollo came down to restore the poise. He saw all the hate and the pride of men and vowed to restore what was lost within. He tuned the world till the tones aligned. A man's grade rose, Jehovah's design.
Apollo brought on. harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole. Apollo brought order, harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole. Apollo taught wisdom ain't locked in the cage. Bestowed symmetry and grace that replaced man's rage. Let sound and color redeem the land. And every tool moved true by Jehovah's hand. He said, form is the language that creation gave to lift the soul of man from a beast to a brave. Let beauty in motion correct the wrongs. Let worship be labor and prayer be songs. He taught that wisdom is motion and peace, that harmony grows where contention cease. He showed the stars move by reason and plan, and that the same law of rhythm was written for man. Balance the hustle with your peace of mind. Work with the rhythm the creator designed. Shape every motion like verse or rhyme until purpose and passion move the hands of time. Apollo brought order, harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole. Apollo brought order, harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole.
When the world grew calm and the hearts were wise, Apollo looked up through the clear night skies. The hearts of the people rose pure and strong. The earth itself had become his song. He saw men in temples in thought and clay, where they labor through love and night met day. The works made holy by hands refined, each craft of prayer in the heart and mind. He gathered the pure in the sea of flame, each spirit reborn without guilt or shame. They rose through light as the worlds aligned, leaving their burdens of the flesh behind. The heavens blazed with the golden hue, old worlds faded as the light broke through. The air stood still as the planet renewed, because Apollo shined the truth where the darkness grew.
Apollo brought harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole. Apollo brought harmony, love, and kept the law. The host of the stars above. He shaped the flesh and the mind and awakened the soul. From warrior to worshiper, he made man whole.
Go back. He got some blappers on here, bro.
That shit is hard, bro.
He got some blappers on here.
That shit
Jehovah
is
and higher light. You dig what I'm talking about? This that or mine music. You dig what I'm talking about? He got some. Hold on. Is it the book of A? Oh no, the synopsis of 16 cycles. Play that. Play the synopsis of 16 cycles. This is dope.
Yeah. So hold up. Are these his beats too, or these is AI beats?
I think those his beats.
16 cycles, the story unfolds from light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored, all from the records of Jehovah, the Lord. The earth spins around in a circuit of time, 4 arcs of the seasons, the circle's design, 3,000 years in a cycle complete. Jehovah's angels guiding mortals' feet. First came Sethins, the first God's name, raised up the brides for Jehovah's flame. Then a show followed with hosts on high, harvest in billions beneath the sky. Who leads Sifa Ivan and more took their turn. Each left a record for mortals to learn. Civilization rose, the cities grew vast, books, ships, and temples, but none would last. For though they had wisdom, they fell once more. Cycles repeating from shore to shore. 16 cycles, the story unfolds from light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored, all from the records of Jehovah, the Lord. The Ahims walk gentle, a spiritual race.
peace in their dwelling, Jehovah's grace. But the ground men rose with flesh as they crave. Drugs mixed in, and the homes were made. Civilizations flourished and faded away. Man fell to beasts in a single day. Generations shortened, disease took hold. Cannibals roam where the prophets told. Neph cried out, the earth is in pain. 30,000 million spirits in chains. Darkness thick and the prayers unheard. Jehovah waited, restraining his word. Cycles of labor, harvest declined. Angels and mortals lost in kind till Jehovah spake from Ethiopian height, calling his chiefs to set the world right.
16 cycles, story unfolds from light into darkness as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored, all from the records of Jehovah, the Lord.
Council assembled in Sinaya's land. Millions of chiefs at Jehovah's hand. 16 redemptions, yet darkness remained. Too prolific the earth, her people profaned. Wagger the stronghold, Druze filled skies. Jehovah decreed the continent dies. Build ships, oh faithful, wherever you stand. For my flood shall cover the face of the land. The plains of Ogi, the temples of Ku. Cities of men swallowed under the blue. Screams of millions, the waters rise. Mortals descending, angels cry. Yet I rescue the lost in the Aegean seas. Assign them teachers, bring them peace. The vineyard pruned, the cycles reset. Jehovah's word, remember, don't forget.
16 cycles, story unfolds.
Hey, that shit's crazy.
Light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored. All from the records of Jehovah, the Lord. 16 cycles.
Man, play the book of 8.
Story
Yeah.
unfolds from light into darkness.
This joint hot. All of them hot, bro. But
Yeah, I'm proud, nigga. Them some lyrics,
check it
bro.
out, though. The beef and the rhymes just.
Yeah, I'm like, nigga, that ain't no lightweight rhyming, nigga. Them niggas,
No. Them boys is busting.
yeah, I'm fucking jealous and shit. Like, what the fuck going on? Oh, I'm about to exercise this mental now, fucking with these niggas.
Lifted the nations, the harvest was done. Billions ascended, Jehovah the one. Cycles recorded, the aftermath. All of this told in the book of
The seventh cycle opened, the heavens were stirred. Af was commanded to establish the word. From Etheria's crown, he descended in might, bringing Jehovah's order, his truth and his light. 50 million strong came to host to the plain. Harvest of brides brought to Jehovah's reign. Nations of earth in confusion and dread. Mortals forgot the commandments they read. Temples of stone and the blood in the land fell into dust at Jehovah's hand. The faithful were called, the pure were restored. Lifted by angels in unity's cord. Every decree was a trumpet of flame, marking the cycles in Jehovah's name. Mortals were warned, but still went astray. Av set the law for Jehovah's way.
Lifted the nations, the harvest was done. Billions ascended, Jehovah the one. Cycles recorded, the aftermath. All of this told in the book of Acts.
Darkness was heavy, drugs filled the skies. Mortals were blinded by falsehoods and lies. Af stretched his hand, the decree went forth, breaking the chains that encircled the earth. Billions of souls in bondage and pain, gathered for judgment, released from the chain. Mountains were shaken, the seas overflowed. Cities were swallowed, their histories closed. The Ahuans fell, their temples were burned. Back to the dust, the cycles returned. Faithless alone kept Jehovah's ways, building for light through the darkest days. Every soul measured, the harvest was weighed. The covenant kept, though mortals betrayed. The voice of Jehovah cut through the night, calling his chosen to rise in the light.
Lifted the nations, the harvest was done. Billions ascended,
Jehovah the one. Cycles recorded, the aftermath. All of this told in the book of Acts. His face, Jehovah, his word went abroad. To Af I give charge as chief of the guard. Deliver the earth from her bondage and gloom. Prepare her for light, for cycles to bloom. Pan shall be rent, her land shall divide. Faith is preserved, the rest shall subside. Ships of salvation were built in the land, guided by angels with Jehovah's hand. Waters rolled over, the mountains were gone, yet faithful were carried in safety along. Af raised the chosen, their voices did sing. Glory to Jehovah, creator and king. When the harvest was sealed, the darkness had passed. A new dawn arisen, eternal to last. Cycles recorded, Jehovah is true. The book of Acts tells what mortals must do. Lifted the nations, the harvest was done. Billions ascended, Jehovah the one. Cycles recorded, the aftermath. All of this told in the book of
Yeah, that shit dope too.
Fire.
Yeah, this nigga, yo. Oh, that's on that Suno? That's that? That Suno app?
I don't know what he did it on.
Hey, these niggas on some next level shit, bro. These niggas spitting bars, nigga.
Man, check out Tay's prayer.
You got the troublemaker in the building, Kayla. Wagwan sister.
Yeah. Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you know what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud. Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you know what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud.
They pray deep where the pain don't hide. Down in the dirt where the hurt reside. He spoke one truth and the cloud slid wide, letting sun hit the block like a shift in the tide. Take acts first, Father, make the unseen near, and the sky bow down just to make things clear. Teach me truth, let the pride disappear. Show me my flaws so the past steer clear. I seen broke hearts start breathing again. Seen doubts creep in when the spirit descend. When you call from the depth, ain't no falling back in. Jehovah raise you up, no Lord contends. Take away self, let the weakness confess. Turn a soul from the chaos to a place of rest. Seen a lost man stretch past the chains and the nets, cause the purpose stood firm under pressure and stress.
Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you knowin' what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud. Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you knowin' what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud.
I came from the low where the hurt sit deep, where the nights get long and the hope gets weak. But Tay's prayer hit, woke the pain out of sleep, made the whole hood feel what the wise ones speak. Make me strong in thee, and the chains fell down. Turn an unheard voice to a well-known sound. Fear is a thief, steady blocking your crown, but the truth punched through, knocked the lies to the ground. Light up the heart, ditch the self-made clout, make the inner man glow, cause he truly devout. Seen deep wounds close from the inside out, seen a man gain hope where he once had doubt. OSP gave game that the world don't teach. Truth so complete, you can feel it in speech. Every lesson a reminder why we push for the peak, and only put in words to action, bring the goal in reach.
Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you knowin' what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud. Taste prayer, hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up the old souls that been sleep on the couch. When you knowin' what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud.
Now the Cosmo and Erba got the world on shift. Dark clouds take flight like ethereal ships. Souls lost in the rifts and the messenger swift. Bearing orders from Jehovah on a heavenly writ. Tay walk first, so the pathway clear. Ask creator for the truth, no vanity near. Make me upright, Father, keep my vision sincere. Let the old world fade, bring the new world here. I seen hope stay stay warm in the season of cold. Seen faith carry man down a beaten road. I seen the spirit hold firm with a massive load. Seen man stand pat when the plan unfold. Every creed that we chant get intention now. Every seed that we plant seek ascension now. Let Jehovah in your heart, ain't no stressing you out. Releasing all the tension that's been pressing you down.
Today's prayer hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up those souls that been sleep on the couch. When you know what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud. Today's prayer hit the heavens when it's leaving the mouth. Wake up those souls that been sleep on the couch. When you know what you know and ain't no speaking in doubt. And when Jehovah get to show and raise a king from a cloud.
Nigga, that shit hard. That's more goddamn Nate y'all trying to take shit. What up, Malachi Maccabee in the building? What's the word, son?
Man, peace to the gang, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. That whole catalog is just off the chain, bro.
Yeah, facts.
See, that last one, that was that Tay's prayer. That last one, boy. Yeah. That sound like some dog pound, Nate Dogg type.
Yeah, that's all
West Coast. Yeah, man. Hey, play this one. Play the voice of man.
That deal hard, bro. Shout out to my brother.
That's Kim Capone.
FGK Capone, my brother Bronze. You know what I mean? I've been seeing the undergrad thumbnail. I've been like, yeah, these brothers drop it.
Yeah, bro. I remember seeing that. But now I'm on it, nigga.
I was supposed to be this more light. I ain't been able to go live as much, man. But man, this joint fire. All of it's fire.
Shout out to Cosmo Cal, man. Excellent debate the other day, brother. You know what I mean? You done punched all on that boy. Had him sound like he was chewing on a gravel sandwich, boy.
He ended up agreeing with me in the debate. I had to watch it back before I played it to everybody else. I watched it back for myself, you know, so I could, you know, and I can't, you know, and I'm gonna go through it, and I'm gonna get up in the morning, man, and do just show the whole doc.
Oh yeah. You know, I read through the whole thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then of course, we doctored up a few things too, based off the the last time we had a debate like that. Yeah. Hey man, as you see, everybody that run up and want to debate that topic, I'm talking about get dusted.
Yeah,
I don't even be close.
Even in his book, yo, he spent more time trying to discredit the Shalom and the John Ugo and the movement.
Placenta grass eaters and
I'm like, nigga,
how many times we gonna debunk that?
Yeah, and then he don't got
none of the prior stuff. You ain't watched none of your big homies get beat up.
He had to, and just thought he was gonna be able to regurgitate some top. What's that boy name? What's in pain? He thought he was gonna be able to. We called him lying.
Right, we called him lying. First of all, he was never in a cult. That's one. The whole I'm a cult survivor and all that. He wasn't there. Right? The whole I was with the FBI and I was looking for there was these kids who were getting drugged and great.
We debunked that. We debunked that. Live during the Lions Den debate. Remember, you was like, Mally, jump down. That shit, that dude say, nigga, I'm the nigga you talking about, and that shit ain't true. I say, oh my God.
None of that what you saying. And if what you saying is true, why you bringing it up 30, 40 years later? If what you saying is true, why ain't you tell CNN? Why didn't you tell the local news? Why didn't you tell this would have been newsworthy stuff?
Right.
Where is your name? Where is your name, Woods and Payne, amongst all the people who did get caught up in that Mary Lou thing? You dig what I'm talking about? First of all, they had nothing to do with OWASP.
Nothing at all.
They didn't teach OWASP. That was a UFO code.
Them niggas is crazy, yo. Half research.
That's crazy.
Before WASP was even written. Which one was that about
the placenta grass?
The 12 children that came up missing. 12 children that was dead and the little baby that died. And Oh my
What was
God,
it, 1879 or 1879? Was it?
That was
bro. Yeah.
1906 with the
Nah.
Armorial group, the group out there.
Cal, we talking about nigga the situation that happened before Owaspy was even written that they was
Oh,
blaming on
that one
Owaspy.
with them the placenta grass eaters.
That placenta grass
And
eaters,
then
bro.
the
The whole
baby
case
that
was
they said, the
he
baby
was
that they
dead, was still
died,
alive.
never even died. The baby, so-called, the baby who they talking about his daughter killed herself at 16 years old in 1895. These geniuses ain't put together that the baby's supposed to be dead in 1879 is the same baby that drowned in 1895. It's a girl.
Hey man, hey bro, I'm saying so that lets you know that the dark inspiration. You know what I mean? That's really on folk for him to go that hard. You know what I mean? And concoct lies and stories, all to prevent a higher light. You know what I mean? From hitting the minds of the people and getting them together. And really, he ain't stopping nothing. But it's wild, bro, how this nigga get.
But look how niggas unfolded that. Look how Son unfolded that.
Yeah, man.
If niggas would have never brought that challenge out, niggas would have never unfolded that.
Yeah, that shit got unfolded quick. You know what I mean? That shit got unfolded. What y'all say, nanometers? I say in a nanosecond.
I remember when niggas created the doc, and about a couple days later, that shit was done. But I think Cosmo behind it. I think he was behind most of that. I don't remember doing too much.
Nah, Cal had already researched the info. So we just had to put it all together on a doc. But he already knew it was some bullshit. Like, man, please stop that.
Shit, bro.
Y'all overplaying. And even if the shit was true, you still ain't. You can't compare to all the wicked, sadistic activity going with Bible thumpers. Nigga, what is we talking about?
Come on, man.
You know, like, let's be honest and real with what we saying. Like, you did, even if that shit was true. And then look, we even told cats back then, like, look, if anybody out here harming children and women and molesting them and all that, nigga, the credit gang stances, fuck them niggas too.
Right.
But fuck if they holding on to an Owaspy, they our enemy. We said that. We said that. It's like they go in one ear and out the other, like, bruh. And then this would hit me too, just real quick, bruh. This hit me after we had the after party, the after show, right? And y'all had told me, you and Young Prince had told me that Gideon admitted that morning. We need to clip him up on that, but he admitted that morning that he would kill his children or family.
Yeah.
If God told him to. So we need to get that on the clip. You know what I mean?
Yeah, add him to the whoopie.
Yeah. So then
where he said that at?
We was on Truth. Was it no? Or it was either A1 or True Zone channel. I think it was A1 channel. It was A1.
Bro, they was live for about 24 hours, bro. I looked up in the morning, him and Prince on there 5 in the morning.
Hold on, you talking about is that humble channel-ish? Them niggas?
That was well, it's not Humble Channel, it's actually A1 channel.
But he was up there.
Yeah, them niggas be up there for like 20 goddamn hours, yo.
Yeah. So when I got on there, they was like, so before Gideon had got off, Prince was like, hey, Gideon, let me tell you something. Don't you ever twist your mouth and say you would kill your children, nigga.
Yeah.
So then I was like, who said that? I was like, you like who? I ain't never heard this nigga say that. They was like, nah, he said that shit this morning. So when I was so then I locked on his ass. And I told him, I said, man, look, if your women and children around me, they going home to you that night, nigga. Yeah. We gonna protect yours, you know what I mean? So y'all, in essence, what we telling these niggas is your family is more safe around me than you, nigga. Because you just said you would kill them. I just told you, if they in harm's way, I don't give a fuck if it's Judah Nazareth children. I don't even like that nigga.
Right.
But if they jammed up and they look like they going home tonight.
Going down. Yeah. It's going all the way to the flow. And I'm prepared to go wherever. But I'm gonna send you there first.
Exactly. And it's like, bro, it hit me after I got off there. It was like, dang, bro, we straight saying when we tell these niggas that, we're telling them that their families, their wife and their children are more safe with the gang than they are with them.
With them.
Oh, boy.
That's crazy right there, yo.
It's a hard pill to swallow. They're facts nonetheless.
Yeah,
I wouldn't dare say I kill any child.
yeah, and then don't forget, Bible is talking about burnt off. So you got to start chopping heads and yanking organs behind it. This ain't nothing to play with, nigga. This is some horrific shit here. That you niggas are readily admitting to. Y'all like, oh yeah. Nigga, God damn, nigga.
Niggas want to be offering up as
about it.
Dang, boy. So, yeah, man. Hey, every debate, every presentation, shit, every time we go live, nigga, we're destroying the gospel. That's what's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, big facts, yo.
And look, here's the number one way to know if you serve a false god. First of all, if you call it God, right, and you praise it, it's false. Any true God is never praised, nor did he ask or command praise. So one way to know that you're serving a false deity is that he asks or commands praise and prayer. That's one good way. That's one benefit of reading Owaspi. You can know and can now break the God spell yourself. You can break the indoctrination yourself.
You can free yourself right now.
Huh?
You can free yourself right now.
Jesus said the things I do, you'll be able to do it even greater.
That's right.
He was freeing people from that demonic mind state, freeing spirits about it. That he said the same things I do, you can do better. Well, why not start with yourself?
I ain't seen a nigga walk on water yet.
Nope.
But I did see a nigga floating in the air.
Yeah,
I seen a nigga float before too. Selah. I seen a Jamaican nigga. Listen, we in the Blue Mountains, bro. And the nigga, they got that orange dirt up there in them Blue Hills. You dig what I'm talking about? They got that orange dirt. Selah, the man had on all white. He sat in the dirt, brother, and hovered about 2 feet off the ground.
That's crazy, yo.
Selah, he came down and didn't have a spirit of dirt on him. He didn't have not a spot on him.
I heard that was one way to try to levitate, sitting like in the Indian stance and try to get up from there.
Yeah, that's how he sat down in the Indian stance and floated with his feet.
Yeah, if you straighten up your spine and you start breathing in deep and filling up your lungs, you'll start lightening up and shit. It's just a combination of breath and a combination of concentration of mind.
Yeah, man.
I was gonna say they got to be able to vision themselves doing it, like, you know what I mean, like in their mind, they got to be able to like to see them, like to actually see and feel, like put themselves in a situation where they motherfucking body is levitating and lifting up. You know what I mean?
Say that when dude levitated, the nigga did have his eyes closed, yo. He ain't have his eyes open.
Yeah, dog had his eyes closed too.
Yeah, in your mind, you got to put yourself there as if it's already a reality. Like, shit.
Yo, let me tell you something, yo. I be constantly having dreams when I'm standing before people showing them that I can levitate. I'm talking about regularly. Like, I be like, boom, I just pull it off, and it'll be so organic and natural. I'm like, yo, I be waking up like, yo, that's a way. It's like the dream telling me, like, nigga, you can do this shit, and I'm doing it in the dream. And I know it's like that let me know how light the spirit body is, because the way I was levitating was a deep inhale, and then from there I was coming off the ground. So it wasn't like I was trying too hard. It was just a deep inhale and you coming off the ground. You know what I mean? Depending on the level of oxygen you inhale will be depending on how high you get off the ground, and how, you know what I mean, how low you can stay in the sky. All that shit was breath. It was just breath. That's what it was. You know what I mean? But in the dream, it was like the body was light, so it was like trying to do it. It wasn't that hard to do.
I've flown in my dreams before.
Yo, that shit crazy, yo.
But I gotta run. I gotta run in my dream, build up speed, and I can hop and it's kind of like glide and then boom. And then boom, I can take off once I build up enough speed to get off.
You know what? I encountered that too. Almost like long ass leaps and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, niggas be experimenting in the goddamn dreams and don't even know it, yo, getting that spirit body tight.
Yeah, and then what I remember in my dream is that I'm coming down the street though, right? And when I'm floating and I'm coming back towards the ground, even though I'm laid out like I'm flying, you dig what I'm talking about, with my arms out. When I come back towards the ground, I'll reorientate myself feet first. And take off running again and jump again.
Right. You know, I know exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So niggas on some Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
for real, yo. I experienced that shit too, yo.
Walking straight up. That's
that
crazy.
Spirit body light and that atmosphere up there is real light.
Yeah,
it's almost like being on the moon where you got, you know, you take a leap, nigga, your ass goddamn then jump 10 feet.
And bruh, them just the lower heavens.
Right. Yeah, this is play.
Oh man. Hey, bro. Look,
what the hell is it? You bro. What the hell?
Hey,
that's why the higher angels ain't got no enthusiasm to come back to the earth, because of what's going on, because of what they exposed to and the advantages that comes with spirit world. That's like us going back to the goddamn elementary school. When are we gonna go back to elementary school for them niggas to visit?
Right.
Yeah, there's too much going on. You know, it'll be a rarity you visit an elementary school unless your kid go there or something like that. But just to pop up at an elementary school that you went to or some shit when you was a kid, no, that ain't happening.
Nah.
I'm out of here.
You back on your ABCs and drawing your letters with the dots. Gotta connect the lines and trace your letters.
It's like back in high school, you graduate high school or whatever high school you went to. You may come back for the first 2 years, and after that, nigga, shit, 5-6 years down the line, you ain't going back to high school to check niggas, nigga. You shit. Motherfuckers looking like kids now and shit.
Right. As a matter of fact, I've graduated and went on to even higher learning.
Exactly.
You don't go back. As a matter of fact, you don't go back till you in your 30s, right? You go to a class reunion 10 years or something.
But you know what, though? I was doing a knowledge on this show. I'm like, do we learn everything? Because the primary education is really showing us still within the Earth's atmosphere, the range we could deal with. But we in the solar system. So I'm thinking like it would only make sense for us to go to each planet and master the atmosphere and the corporality of those planets within the solar system before graduating from the solar system. How would it look graduating from Earth going to the Etheria without having a knowledge of the solar system? Right. So I thought about that. I'm like, yo, what happens if we graduate and we go outside of this atmosphere to go to Saturn atmosphere and go learn over there for the next goddamn, 25,000 years or whatever, two arc cycles or whatever.
Whatever.
Right. Because it says ether is just the space between the atmospheres.
But he say in that ether that we think nothing is there, that's where the greatest of the shit is.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? The best of the best is the stuff you can't see.
You see, right. Man, bros, I was reading that book of knowledge, right?
Oh Lord.
Bruh. Hey, that chapter 6, bruh. Right on up before it go into like the wars with the beast going into chapter 7. But bro, pull that book of knowledge. Bro, that book of knowledge, chapter 6.
Is that on the whatchamacallit, the whatchamacallit edition?
Yeah, standard edition. It's in the book too. But I mean, you can go right to the website and pull it up. But bruh, it tell you right in there, so man can know for shorty, and it go into every kind of man, the rich man, the warrior, the beggar, the glutton, it go into every type of man, and within the condition of his spirit when he cross over. Bruh, I was reading that shit last night, like, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you see that, like, the ascetic, the monk and all them, and the
Yeah.
on God, they still in the church praying.
Man, bro, they still in the church praying. The rich nigga still in his bank.
He's still stuck in the bank. Sheesh.
I say, dang. We in a great position, man. But I was reading that last night, boy, and caught chills. Like,
what you
whoa.
say, the Book of Knowledge?
Book of Knowledge, chapter 6, bro. Man.
Hold on, let me drop.
Man, I started at verse 1 and got to man. And what it was, I was in at the end of 5 and I just kept reading in the 6 and was like, man, do y'all see this? Good Lord. Matter of fact, if you can read like the last 4 verses in chapter 5, because it go into like how the high raised generals over the Ethereum world and all that, and then reading the 6. But that 6 is serious. That's a serious read right there, boy.
Okay.
Yeah, read like.
Hold on, because it's a long ass chapter.
Yeah, but read it all the way until you get to like the beast part of it, because it go into like the. So you go on down, you're gonna see right before chapter 7, it's gonna be a section where it talk about like some war right there. So read down to verse 24, bruh.
Hold on. Where am I at? You say okay.
You see it. Hold on, you on your computer, cuz?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me share it real quick.
But start at verse 1, bro.
I got it on the screen. It's already on the screen. Go ahead, cuz.
That's you, right?
Yeah, it's on the screen. That's the verse you talk about earlier.
That's verse 24. Now restart at verse 1. Start at verse 1. We're gonna read down to 24, bro.
That's why I was looking at.
That deal go blow by blow. They let you know flat out what the hell is going on. I say, boy, this shit is serious. Yeah.
All right. Go back up a little bit into the last couple of 5.
Yeah, go up until like the last couple verses of 5. Like the last 4 verses of 5, bro. Yeah. Oof. Right there. 57 cool. 57 cool. And then just read on into chapter 6.
Let me put the dog on the porch. Go ahead, run the car. Let me just run up. Put the dog on the porch real quick.
All right.
You can see it.
I mean, if you want, I can read and you can scroll or whatever.
Yeah. Let me get back to my watch because I can't scroll from on that. It says we at what we gonna start at 56?
50, yeah, wherever you want to start.
All right. It was said in the past, judge not lest you be judged. But I say to you, judge all men spiritually and corporally, but hold your tongue or keep silent, looking to yourself to know how the Father judges you by talents and works. But above all things, observe the unseen causes that play upon you, quickening your memory and your perception. For in this lies a great secret of acquiring spiritual knowledge.
I tell you to pay attention to them unseen causes. You know,
hold on, where we at?
That inspiration.
56.
Okay, all right.
Man,
you reading from the book?
I was just go ahead.
All right, hold on. Where am I?
Yeah, that deal go hard, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, it was said in the past, judge not lest you be judged. But I say to you, judge all men spiritually and corporally, or spiritually and physically, but hold your tongue. Look into yourself to know how the Father judges you by talents and works. But above all things, observe the unseen causes that play upon you, quickening your memory and your perception. For in this lies a great secret for acquiring spiritual knowledge.
Look at that.
Man, that's deep, bro.
That's heavy.
They tell you to judge all men physically, spiritually, right? But keep silent, meaning you ain't even ridiculing them. You supposed to look at how they moving and then apply that shit to your life and like, okay, yeah, I'm supposed to learn from that situation, man.
By how you judging it? By applying talent times work.
Yeah.
You get what I'm talking about? So there's a way to even gauge who you talking to in their spiritual rate.
Yeah, bro. The Waspy is a game changer, man.
Man, it's different.
It's like it's a whole nother. Sometimes I can't do shit but laugh, bro. Like, wow. Like,
it's different. I be. It blows my mind that they won't look at it.
Yeah.
That's what gets me. I don't get what they think the book is gonna do. Well, it is gonna change your life.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Your hood ain't finna start spinning around like the poltergeist or nothing like that. You know what I mean? You ain't finna crawl out the damn TV like the little heifer in the Rain movie. No.
No, what it's gonna actually do is produce a fearless, objective spiritualist.
Right out.
Fearless. You think it's? I had to stop doing this, but I had to think again. Why me? It's only 4 of us that go hard on this. 4.
Man, be catching all type of hell in your normal life. You know what I mean? But bro, it ain't nothing messing with it, man.
Ain't nothing. I catch them trades lovely. You dig what I'm talking about? Boy, I be you know what I mean? Hit them with the it's. Wife around here, you be crazy. You be looking like a possum slapping your wife with that is. You dig what I'm saying? But look, he say, you are a type of the world, a corporeal or a man, right? You have a daily life, a yearly life, and a cyclic life. The latter of which is first infancy, second puberty or adolescence, third maximus or maturity, and fourth old age, and then fifth death. A corporeal world like the earth has these.
That's right.
Right? And she imparts her periods to her people. Right?
58.
Perceive then, oh man, to attune yourself to the Creator is to become a what?
Prophet.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Y'all been everybody talking about frequency tuning in and all that. What? Wasp telling you in 1881 to attune yourself to the Creator. Huh? Is to become a prophet.
So guess what, fellas? We prophets.
Look, I keep telling you, I'm gonna make the next Owaspy.
That's right.
The Lord Cosman, while on he smothered the drugs and cleaned the hells on YouTube, smashing them with dashing oratory. The jab was vicious. They call him Mr. Is. You gonna look back in the back of the next Owaspy is gonna say is.
Oh no, you stupid.
Yeah. No, man, I'm just playing, but
I'm just saying, like, we're gonna be doing it a long time, man.
Long time, homie. I'll see another Owaspy. Trust me, I'm gonna see a bunch of them.
Man, this just the beginning, bro. Like, can you imagine what's to come, bro?
Right.
No.
This ain't even prophecy.
That's
This is
the
just
crazy part. It's so
recap.
my mind is so blown. I can't even imagine. Everything gonna happen in my mind.
Can you imagine if they would have had the history of the arc cycle of Cosmos and like mapped out, like prophesied out?
It can be.
Yeah, we can do that shit.
It can be. I mean,
it said the prophets of old did it.
It actually already is. It's only to apply the information.
Right.
Math.
The second move like a wave is going to get to a point where Cosmos going to reach a peak.
Time, space. Whatever happened, put it on the deck. It's going to tell you what it is by where it is. That's what all is, all was, all shall ever be means. Time and space.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, sometimes I just be like, sometimes I be having to sit back and be like, man, because you know, when you eat, you got to digest what you take in. You know what I mean? And it's the same when you reading something. You're eating up here, but there's a part after eating called digestion. That's the reflecting or the meditating over what you just took in. You know what I mean? And bruh,
that's where that nigga riders kick in and shit.
Man, when it comes to the digesting, you dig, reflecting up, bruh, that's where the increase come at. You be like, whoa, hold on.
Man, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Sometimes I open up that old wasp, I gotta pick my brain up off the ground, bro. I be like, that shit just leak out my ears. I just be like, damn, what did I just read?
Yeah, man.
What did I just read? Bro, what y'all don't understand is if 1% of it's correct, that means Jaja real. That mean in actuality, all of it's real because it's all one. Don't even matter if it's the 1%. He that.
That deal say to understand. Look what it say, bro. It say to understand the kingdoms of the lower heavens is to believe. No, is to know the appointments of familiar spirits and guardian spirits over mortals.
Okay,
Man.
do y'all know why you do? Let's prove this is true. Do y'all know why the blood moon is significant? Why the lunar eclipse was significant tonight or
this morning? Yeah,
or this morning. Yeah, why it was significant? First of all, those are times and shifts in the atmospheric shifts in the heavens. Those happen during the moons.
The moons in our atmosphere.
That was an astrological lineup of the planets too. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
There ain't none of this.
But you know what? You know what the crazy thing is? It says the appointed time. The appointments of familiar spirits. Now, to get that, when you go to the Book of Wars against Jehovah, in the Battle of 1,000 Years, when they made the attack, the guardianship was taking place at midnight. That's when the shift came for the fight of the guardianship over mortals during the time of mortals slept.
But watch this. Look what it say.
Let me pull it up.
Understand the kingdoms of the lower heaven.
Yeah, man.
Know the appointments. Of familiar. So that means they're gonna come at certain times.
Right. Now let's go to the Book of Osiris real quick and match that. I mean, Book of Wars and precept that. See if I can find that. Go ahead.
But it also said guardian spirits.
Right, exactly.
But it said, remember, let's go back to the verse real quick.
All right.
Let's go back to the verse real quick. Because I don't want them to miss nothing.
Yeah, let's pull up a separate tab.
To understand. Right. It said to understand the king. Right? So the understanding is to know the appointments. What's an appointment? A time. Right? So to know the time of the lower heavens is to know the appointments of familial spirits and guardian spirits over
Now
mortals.
let's
Okay.
let's precept that. Look right here. Look right here. Even in the Book of Wars 22. Now came the third assault.
You got to sure. Can you share it?
Hold on. You can't see it?
Yeah, I can see
there
it.
you go.
Go back.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right there.
It said, and now came the third assault of Osiris' legions of angels, inspired to desperate madness by the, what did I say, haranguers of their generals and captains.
Oh, the harangues. Yeah, the harangues. I mean, like a massive group of people.
All right, good. And it says, and every mortal was marked out, and his
niggas that got marked out, bro.
You see that? Yeah, I mean, and his degree of faith in the Great Spirit known. So the destroyers knew well where to strike effectively. Now here's the catcher. At midnight, again came the Osirians rushing, and by force of number laid their hands on millions of mortals, held fast and hurled missiles fiercely about the bedroom to arouse from sleep their mortal victims, who woke and seeing no cause for the whirling stool and tables, and the terrible noise blew in every corner of their houses, sprang up frightening, at a loss to know what to do. So I'm showing you, like, midnight is a time where the shift or the communication or the interaction is taking place.
Starts.
Exactly.
That's when it starts. Because at 3 at night is high noon at night.
Exactly.
But go back to the other verse.
I always wake up around that time, bro.
What do you gotta know? Because remember, that happens, those would be the familial spirits, the negative spirits. But it also says when the guardian spirits come. What happens in the lower heavens, and what are they called? These are called harvests. The first major harvest in the Cosmon era comes when? 200 years after it start, 2048. You dig what I'm saying? So knowing that is to know the time. Right?
Yeah.
When these things will happen. So it begs to ask the question, in 2048, what the hell is about to happen? Huh? Boy, these niggas, listen, if something even look like it's about to crack that sky, these niggas gonna lose their damn mind.
Low running.
Look what this should say. What does it say? Hold on, I'm trying to get to that first 59. That should look like it's saying something.
Yeah, that 59.
Knowing these things and knowing a time and a half time and how an arc is measured. These is the knowledge of the lower realms. The knowledge of how to use the sun, the knowledge of how to use the moon. Right? And knowing these things, you shall perceive the first place allotted to them at the time of their death. Oh. But to understand the realms in Etheria, you shall discern the times of associative redemption of atmospherians.
And that's important. The time of associative redemption atmosphere. So we know that's the harvest times.
Come on. So stop playing. And then we know. Since the time of Spita, really them harvests been coming every 50 years.
Yeah, this shit probably coming every 10 now and shit. Niggas floating off into the ether. Now look at that.
Look at that 59 though, boy.
I'm just saying. 20 listen, 20 years from 2048, what was happening?
Yo, look at this shit, yo.
I read this last night, boy, and called Chills.
Yeah, I remember this one, yo. For as there are spirits who are captains of the stars, or earth, or sun, So it's a nigga running the sun out here.
He gotta be blue black.
He probably in the center of that motherfucker.
That nigga damn, he carbon.
Exactly. So are their generals over the Etherian worlds. And yet, beyond them,
come on, bro.
Great commanders
over the vortices
in the wide universe.
Come on, you a commander over vortices, boy.
Hold on, do I still got the picture of these vortices up?
Good Lord.
Look at
you
that.
telling me you got niggas managing
commanders over them.
Hold on, he cranked the bitch though. He.
and look, the commanders are above the generals in the Etherian world.
Hold on, that system in order. Look at the system.
Dang.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all ain't never seen that. This you never knew this existed spiritually.
Yeah.
And the thing is, as above, so below. It's a copy of it on the earth. Did you know general was a rank of a spirit? It's a rank of an angel. Did you know lieutenant is a rank of an angel? Where does the word come from then?
Right.
Huh?
Right.
Great commanders of the vortices of the wide universe.
Man, bro, I caught chills reading this. I say, whoa. Nigga, I had to look up. Whoa. Hell you mean?
Listen,
but look how cold it compare these niggas to Creator, bro. It's like, look, if you think that's impressive, wait till you get a load of Creator.
Right. As you have felt the cold breeze of the spirit circle.
Ooh, see, if you ain't never been in contact with a spirit or had a spiritual situation, you don't even know that feeling. You don't know that chill. That
I've been saying chill since I've been on here. Like, nigga, I got chill. Like, what the fuck?
If you ain't, like when I used to do the altar with the altar up the hill of my crib with the stones and the semi-crescent, and let's stand in the center. That breeze will start kicking up, yo. That breeze will start kicking up.
I done had some crazy experiences, so I ain't even gonna go into that. But
notice the breeze is made by the spirits that are there.
Yeah,
but that doubles down and proves Owaspy. Ether is cold.
Yep, yes, sir.
It's cold. As you felt the cold breeze of the spirit circle, right? Made by the spirits in attendance. Know that there are those high raised in heaven, in power and wisdom, whose presence fashioned the currents of the embryonic worlds.
Their presence, just them niggas being there, fashion the currents.
Yeah, when I first read that, I was like,
so
what the fuck?
You talking about newborn worlds being birthed?
Nigga, presence just start vortices just start forming this shit.
And propel them forth by a breath. Ladies and gentlemen, gods and goddesses, gang. This is in your future. They ain't talking about nobody else but you. Don't you separate yourself from the good nor none of the bad. But what I'm telling you is that good is extra good. Huh? We ain't trying to take nothing from you, but if you ever felt to leave it, it's something else behind it that's even greater. Huh? It's somebody that tell God what to do. Let that sink in your mind.
God is not the creator.
Who tell God? I'm talking about true God. Whatever God you want to think is true, is somebody who tell him what to do.
Look at this.
He's under orders.
Right, exactly. And there's a rank showing right here. They have others beneath them who are themselves gods and goddesses. But remember, that in all the glories there is still one who is higher than all, even the person of all, who is Jehovah. Come on, man.
So even to the highest raised angel, sit your monkey ass down when it comes to trying to compare yourself to the creator.
You know, like right here when it says the commander of vortices, nigga, that's a heavy ass goddamn title.
Yeah.
But Jehovah
Generals over Ethereum world. Commander over vortices.
Yeah,
and
that's
then hold
another
on, there's somebody tell him what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody
But
had
remember,
to call him in that position.
Where the creator end at? Okay.
And listen,
Okay.
go
That's when
into
that
that.
system in order stop.
Now look, go into that 6 and 1, bruh. So these are verses I'm reading as I'm reading into chapter 6 yet last night,
Right.
bruh.
Therefore, to him who would improve his place in heaven while still mortal, look at that. Improve his place in heaven while still niggas can't even
That's a
comprehend that.
This is this is a continual thought from the end of chapter 5, though. That's why it says therefore. You see, don't forget what we just finished reading, because chapter 6 it reads right into it.
Right, facts.
Because naturally, if man read, there are commanders over vortices and generals over Ethereum worlds and high raised with power, and beneath them are gods and goddesses, and can't none of them compare to creator. You naturally gonna start thinking, man, where do I fit in at? Bro, read this. You want to know if you want to improve your place in the heavens, improve your resurrection status while you breathing. Bro, watch this.
The light of the following truth will be manifested to him who would know, not believe. Let him, on the other hand, shut himself up in denial, saying, I defy you to prove the matter, and he shall not be enlightened.
Yeah. So
go over there to 1538 and read what it said about 1538 and 1539.
Talking about right here?
Yeah.
There is a gap in the copy. The suggested text embraces, therefore, to him who would improve his place in heaven while still mortal. That preceded the light of the following truth was added by the present editor.
I ain't never seen somebody be responsible in the Bible and tell you, look, this got broke up. I did this. But that was because the verse got lost.
Yeah, just keeping it all the way real and authentic or whatever.
Yeah.
Not unfathomable is the book of Waspy. So it's like shit, but shit, that's little shit though. That shit ain't that shit is like a goddamn diamond rough compared to what the fuck going on here.
It say it ain't immaculate though.
Exactly.
Man, as you keep reading, it's gonna validate that what's being said or written down is true. Because it tell you in other parts of the O, well, man can know of a surety where he going as soon as he cross over, while still breathing.
Right.
You see, it's saying the same thing. Look at this though, man. Like, hey.
Therefore, in the testimony of the Creator speaking through S, or the spirit world, and by the spirit of man quickened, is set forth. As a man lives on earth acquiring perfections or imperfections in spirit, so will he enter the spirit world at death.
You see how you enter the spirit world at death? Based on how you live while you on earth.
Right.
Death is the severing knife. Dang.
I sent somebody, I think it was what's the name? Oh man, one of the sisters who passed away, her daughter reached out and asked me for some verses in the Owaspy to read at the funeral. And I sent these same verse 4, 5, 6, and I think 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Watch this, y'all. This is out of control. Watch this. Death is the severing knife that separates the corporeal man from the spiritual man. Booyah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the purpose of death.
Right there. That's it right there. Boom.
It's a knife. It separates the real you from the
Your
womb that you
physical
in.
you.
Yeah.
Right. Your physical you from your spiritual you, your real you.
I heard you. I saw
It separates the body from the mind, or the brain from the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? The former, right? The spiritual man, or the former, the corporeal man, or the physical man, returns to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
But the latter, the spiritual man, survives
Death. You see
Uh-huh.
that?
Mm-hmm.
and in time rises upward.
Resurrection.
Exactly.
Resurrection.
By death, man suffers the loss of companionship of mortals.
Yep.
But
Look at it. Come on.
is quickened
Come on. Made alive.
and united
Come on.
with those he loved before.
Man, all your loved ones you gonna chop it up with, boy. What you mean? They just look, trip off this. They just got there before you.
Right.
But man, all your loved ones, all your grandmamas and grandfathers and fathers and mothers, and you understand what I'm saying? Man, that felt so good to read that last night, boy. Like, wow,
man.
Yo, it's a precept to that in the book called Life in the World Unseen, where they had the spiritual hospitals and they had like a blue light radiating from the whole building, from the building going up. But the hospital, and they had the relatives of those standing outside waiting on their relatives to come out from the hospital, or to visit them in the hospital who just crossed over. Their spirit arrested from just crossing over and shit.
What's the remember the movie Astro City?
Yeah.
It showed the same thing. It showed the same thing, and they was giving the spirit water. The water was the medicine.
Facts. I remember that.
And they cleaned the spirit.
They had a hospital there.
And then guess what? They turned around. The spirit that got strong again turned around and helped the nigga that was next to him.
Right. Exactly. They showed the system right there.
By death, man suffers the loss of companionship of mortals, but is quickened and united with those he loved before. Man, this is
It's powerful, man.
A new world is open to him, full of light and splendor.
Woof.
Fitted to his spirit.
So it's retrofitted for your spirit.
Tailor-made.
Tailor-made, baby.
And look at this. Even more glorious and real than the corporeal world was to his mortal part. We can't even imagine something more real than this.
Come on, man.
It get more real?
Yeah, how real is that?
You telling me?
If you ever been in awe right now, you ain't seen nothing. Nothing.
It hit different when Pac said it's the realest shit I ever wrote.
Right. Exactly. As a corporeal man receives corporeal food, clothing, and habitation, and having a place to dwell, so does his spirit require similar.
Come on, man.
And is so provided within atmospheria, but spiritually.
Come on, man. You ain't just finna be floating jack naked or in a pamper or in some Huggies, striking people with the damn love dart.
Right.
Man,
like, come on, man.
Shout my brother Richard Neal Bay, man. My Moorish brother, he always preached food, clothing, shelter.
Yeah, man. He rising power, man.
Should salute to my rising power, man. To my
That's
brother,
right.
Richard Neal Bay, man.
Hey, man, look at this verse 8. It say the first habitable place in the spirit world is on the earth. And around near the earth. And mostly within the same house where he dwelt in mortal form.
That's why you have spirits in every house.
Ghosts. What you calling a ghost?
But
you ever thought you seen something out the corner of your eye?
come on, bro. Plenty of times.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
Okay.
But the spirit is subtle and moves, not as corporeal things move, but having power and presence with friends and kin at remote distances, as if all was in one place. For such is the nature of the spirit world.
Nigga, stop playing with.
Crazy.
Nigga, that's like, honestly, that's like how it is right now.
It's almost like
we in remote places and we in the same place at the same time.
But imagine it also being objective, as if I think it, I'm there.
I'm there.
Right. Now, Life in the Unseen, that's what I said. That's a good practical guide too, because Life in the Unseen, it was the same thing when he crossed over. And then he was moving from place to place. And nigga was like, no, we ain't got to walk. You just thinking that we there. So they thought it, and he was in the city instantaneously.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get that, man. That is called Life of the Unseen.
Oh, you ain't read that one yet, man?
I ain't never read it.
Oh, son. Ah, nigga. I'm gonna pull
I done read Antiquity Unveiled for sure.
No, let me tell you something. Life in the Unseen is the perfect precursor to Owaspy.
Yeah, it's like it's 30 years.
No, that's 30 Years in the Dead. That's another book.
Yeah, yeah.
But this Life in the Unseen by Anthony Bourdain. Now, this is the guy who's actually is based on this guy right here, Anthony Bourdain. Hold up, that ain't him right there. Let me see where he at.
Life in the what is it called? Life in the Unseen, bro.
Oh, I thought I'd put you on to this one. Oh, shit.
Nah, I ain't never read it.
Hold on.
I'm about to devour it though. You know
me, but I ain't gonna lead you wrong. This thing right here is called Life in the Unseen World. There's it says the world unseen can refer to two different books. A 2000 novel by a shaman sheriff about a forbidden love in no, that's not it. Apartheid South Africa. It's this one. And a series of spiritual books channeled by a medium, Anthony Bourdain, from the spirit of Monsignor Robert Hugh Benson, detailing the afterlife. So this is
he channels him just like the Antiquity Unveiled dude.
Yeah, the exact same thing.
Yeah. When was it written? When was it though? Like what year?
Oh,
yeah, he did it channeling.
50s.
Hold on, let me series.
Carol, I was tripping off that. I was thinking about that Antiquity Unveiled the other day too.
I gotta get back into that. We just need to read it. But I kind of like, you dig what I'm talking about. I've been putting up videos.
I said the first published was 1954.
But boy, it got so much info that, like, if you really look into something, boy.
Yeah, 1954. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to show the person.
Yeah. Check that out. Yeah.
And then and Waspy is 1882 or 1881. When was Antiquity Unveiled? Was it 1890 something?
80. I think Antiquity Unveiled is the same year, 82.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, this is right here. Yo, Mally, trust me when I tell you, bro, this is a damn good read, man.
Man, send that deal.
I ain't gonna hold it to you.
What's the
You ready? You ain't read this too, Kaz?
I know I did.
Yo, I
know I did, man. It looked real familiar. I don't remember that.
Hold on. Let me go to the part. Hold on.
Borgia. I know the name Borgia from something.
That nigga sound like Seizure Borgia.
Right, that's what I was
going. He is a Borgia. That's the thing. He was a Catholic. He was a Catholic.
Yeah, they come from the Borgias. Okay.
What did he say? What did he say? Passing to the spirit life.
All right, pass to the spirit life. Because he died.
He talking to a spirit. Yeah.
No, this is his experience about when he died when he died in the hospital to when he got greeted by his friend in the hospital and his friend took him up. It actually starts from the moment of death. Let me just go to a little section of it real quick. Hold up.
Hey, what?
Yo, you niggas gonna bug out when you read this. All right, let me read a little bit so you get a gist of how it read, kind of like how we do it at Waspy. So I'll just read, start here. The actual process of dissolution is not necessarily a painful one. I had during my earth life witnessed many souls passing over the border into spirit. I had the chance of observing with my physical eyes the struggle that takes place as the spirit seeks to free itself forever from the flesh. With my psyche vision, I had also seen the spirits leave, but nowhere was I able to find out, that is, from orthodox sources, what exactly takes place at the moment of separation. Nor was I able to gather any information upon the sensation experienced by the passing soul. The writers of religious...
Well, Owaspy told it's called death a severing knife.
You see what I'm saying?
Huh.
So, exactly. So
what
look
if
at this.
You don't feel nothing?
I'm trying to show you.
Wow.
The writers of religious texts books tell us nothing of such things for one very simple reason: they don't know. Now let me check this out. The physical body many times appear to be suffering acutely, either from actual pain or through labor or restricting breathing. To this extent, such passing had all the appearance of being extremely painful. Was this really so? Was a question I had often asked myself. Whatever was the true answer, I could never really believe that the actual physical process of dying was a painful one, notwithstanding that it appeared so. The answer to my question I knew I would have one day, and I also hoped that at least my passing would not be violent, whatever else it might be. My hopes were fulfilled. My end was not violent, but it was labored, as were so many that I had witnessed. Now check this. I had presentiment that my days on earth were drawn to a close only a short while before my passing. There was a heaviness of mind, something akin to drowsiness, as I lay in my bed. Many times I had a feeling of floating away, of gently returning.
I didn't have that before.
Hey, you see me?
Me too.
I haven't had that before, bro. First time that shit happened, I was scared as shit, boy.
What you saying?
Nigga, I had to grip the pillow and shit. Like, oh.
First time it happened to me, I couldn't move.
Man, I was like, what?
But check this, it gets better.
I'm panicking.
Every question we have about when we die, this nigga's answering it, right? So it says, doubtless during such periods, those who were concerned with my physical welfare were under the impression that if I had not actually passed, I was sinking rapidly. During such lucid intervals that I endured no feelings of physical discomfort. I could see and hear what was going on around me, and I could sense the mental distress that my condition was occasioning. And yet I had the sensation of the most extraordinary exhilaration of the mind. I knew for certain that my time had come to pass, and I was fully eagerness to be gone. I had no fear, no misgivings, no doubts, no regrets so far at thus leaving the earth world. My regrets were to come later, but of these I shall speak in due course. All that I wanted was to be away. Now check this. I suddenly felt a great urge to rise up. I had no physical feeling whatever. Very much in the same way that physical feeling is absent during a dream. But I was mentally alert. However, much my body seemed to contradict such a condition. Immediately I had this distinct prompt to rise. I found that I was actually doing so, and then discovered that those around my bed did not see me, did not seem to perceive what I was doing. Since they made no effort to come to my assistance, nor did they try in any way to hinder me. Turning, I then beheld what had taken place. I saw my physical body lying lifeless upon its bed. But here was I, the real I, alive and well. For a minute or two, I remained gazing, and the thought of what to do next entered my head. But help was close at hand. I could still see the room quite clearly around me, but there was a certain mistiness about it as though it were filled with smoke, very evenly distributed. And I looked down at myself, wondering what I was wearing in the way of clothes, for I had obviously risen from a bed of sickness and was therefore in a condition to move very far from my surroundings. I was extremely surprised to find that I had on my usual attire.
Right.
Come on, man.
What?
Come on.
Such as I wore when moving freely in good health about my house. My surprise.
So he comfortable.
Exactly.
He comfortable and feeling good. He ain't in his church clothes.
That's what I'm saying. Tight ass suit.
He around his crib and his slides.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's right after he did. My surprise was only momentarily, since I thought to myself, what other clothes should I expect to be wearing? Surely not some sort of diaphanous robe. Such custom is usually associated with the conventional idea of an angel, and I had no need to assure myself that I was not that. But here, just to interject, later on down the line, this nigga ended up wearing a white robe because it was the most comfortable gown in the realm. I just had to throw that out there. But no, look, such knowledge of the spirit world as I had been able to glean from my own experience instantly came to my aid. I knew at once of the alteration that had taken place in my condition. I knew, in other words, that I had died. I knew, too, that I was alive, that I had shaken off my last illness sufficiently to be able to stand upright and look about me. At no time was I in a mental distress. At no time was I in any mental distress, but I was full of wonder at what was to happen next. For here I was in full possession of my facilities, indeed, feeling physical as I had never felt before.
He said feeling physical.
This nigga
as he never felt before.
Exactly. Because you remember earlier it said feeling more alive than your actual physical body in the waspy.
What you gotta understand is, Malik, that it is the spirit that feels.
Yeah, I get that.
Your fingers don't feel. Your brain don't think. Your mind thinks.
Your mind thinks. Yeah,
that's
right?
crazy.
The unseen part of you is what remembers. It's what tastes. It's what smells. You just use
the real you.
Right.
Yeah,
now,
the real you.
Exactly. Now check this. Now the nigga just died, right? Now he's saying, like, I'm here now. What the fuck do I do? Here's when his asaf comes up. His asaf pulls up. As soon as I had this brief space in which to look about me and to appreciate my new state, I found myself joined by a former colleague, a priest who had passed to this life some years before. We greeted each other warmly, and I noticed that he was attired like myself. Again, this is no way seemed strange to me because he had been dressed in any other way. I would have felt that something was wrong. He said, somehow, somewhere, as I had only known him in a clerical attire, he expressed his great pleasure at seeing me again. And for my part, I foresaw the gathering up of the mainly threads that had been broken by his death. For the first moment or so, I allowed him to do all the talking. I had yet to accustom myself to the newness of things. For you must remember that I had just relinquished a bed of feeling of final sickness, and that in casting off the physical body, I had also cast off the sickness with it. And the new sensation of comfort and freedom from bodily illness was one so glorious that the realization of it took a little while to comprehend fully.
Wow.
Look at this.
That
My
boy
old
feeling wonderful.
Exactly. My old friend seemed to know at once the extent of my knowledge, that I was aware that I had passed on and that all was well. And here, let him say that all idea of a judgment seat or a day of judgment was entirely swept from my mind in the actual procedure of transition. All that biblical shit went out the window.
The day of judgment and all, he's like, nah, that ain't what that is.
Exactly. He says, look, it was all too normal and natural to suggest the frightful ordeal that Orthodox religion teaches that we must go through after death. The very
And this guy's a Catholic.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up his picture. These niggas is Catholic.
He's a Catholic, right?
He's a Catholic.
All right, so that means he's into the Rosary and the Hail Marys, and
this is a prodigal Louis. This is a prodigal Louis exposing Louis once he crossed over in spirit.
Yeah, that's where I was going. That's where I was going.
Exactly, King.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Of judgment and hell seemed utterly impossible. Indeed, they were wholly fantastic. Now that I found myself alive and well, clothed in my right mind, and in fact clothed in mine own familiar habiliments, and standing in the presence of an old friend who was shaking me cordially by the hand and giving me greetings and good wishes and showing all the outward, and in this case, genuine manifestations of being pleased to see me.
Yeah.
As I was pleased to see him. He himself was in the best of spirits as he stood there giving me such a welcome as upon the earth plane. Two old friends accord each other after long separation. That in itself was sufficient to show that all thoughts of being marched off to my judgment were entirely preposterous. We both were too jolly, too happy.
He called it preposterous. What?
God, yeah.
He like, shit, why ain't frying in hell right now? Like, right. Nigga, I forgot to do confession.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't confessed to the priest nigga in about 50 years. Dang.
The nigga said we were too jolly, too happy, too carefree, and too natural. And I myself was waiting with excitement for all manner of pleasant revelations of this new world. And I knew that there could be no better than my old friend to give them to me. He told me to prepare myself. He told me to prepare myself for innumerable number of the pleasant of surprises, and that he had been sent to me on my arrival. See that he had been sent, as he already knew the limits of my knowledge, so his task was that much easier. As soon as I managed to find my tongue after our first breaking the silence, I noticed that he spoke just as we always done on the earth. That is, we simply used our vocal cords and spoke quite as a matter of course. It required no thinking about it. And indeed, I did not think about it. I merely noted that it was so. My friend then proposed that, here's the catcher. My friend proposed that we had no further need or call to stay in the surroundings of my passing. We might move away, and that he would take me to a very nice place that he been made ready for me. He made this reference to a place, But he hasn't explained this in reality. I was going to my own house, where I should find myself immediately at home, not knowing as yet how one proceed, or in other words, how I was to get there. I placed myself entirely in his hands, and that he told me was precisely what he was there for. I could not resist the impulse to turn and take a last look at the room of my transition. It's it still presented its misty appearance. Those who were formerly standing around the bed now withdrawn, and I was able to approach the bed and gaze at myself. I was not the least impressed by what I saw, but the last remnant of my physical self seemed to be placid enough. My friend then suggested that we should now go, and we accordingly moved away. Now look how these niggas bounce. As we departed, the room gradually became more misty until it faded further from my vision and finally disappeared. So far, I had the use, as usual, of my legs as an ordinary walking. But in view of my last illness and the fact that consequences upon it, I should need some period of rest before I exert myself too much. My friend said that it would be better if we did not use the customary means of locomotion, our legs. Then, look what the nigga tell him next. Then told me to take hold of his arm firmly and to have no fear whatever. I could, if I wished, close my eyes. It would, he said, perhaps be better you do so. I took his arm and left the rest to him, as he told me to do. I at once experienced a sensation of floating, such as one has in physical dreams, though this was very real and quite unattended by any doubt of personal security. The motion seemed to become more rapid as time went, and I still kept my eyes firmly closed. It is strange with what determination one could do such things here. On the earth plane, if similar circumstances were possible, how many of us would have closed our eyes in complete confidence? Here, there was no shadow of a doubt that all was well, that there was nothing to fear, that nothing untoward could possibly take place, and that, moreover, my friend had complete control over the situation. After a short while of progress seemed to slacken somewhat, and I could feel that there was something very solid under my feet. I was told to open my eyes. I did so. What I saw was my old home that I had lived in on the earth plane. My old home. But with the difference, it was improved in a way that I had not been able to do its earthly counterpart. The house itself was rejuvenated. It seemed to me, from a first glance, rather restored, but it was the garden around that attracted my attention more fully. They appeared to be quite extensive. They were in a state of the most perfect order arranged. By this, I do not mean the regular orderliness that one is accustomed to see in the public gardens on the earth plane, but that they were beautiful, kept and tended. There were no wild growths or masses of untangled foliage of weeds, but the most glorious profusions of beautiful flowers, so arranged as to show themselves to absolutely perfection. Of the flowers themselves, when I was able to examine them more closely, I must say that I never saw either their like or their counterpart upon the earth. Of many that were there in full blossom.
I never seen that like this.
You see what I'm saying? Right. Numbers were to be found, of course, of old familiar blossoms, but by far the greater number seems to be something entirely new to my rather small knowledge of the flowers. Now check it. That's just a glimpse of that. But there's another part I want to read real quick where he goes into the lower realm and they describe what he sees in the lower realm. Now, to me, this is my favorite part of the fucking book. For whatever reason. For whatever reason, that shit is my favorite part because it's talking about how they're walking to the lower realm, and it goes from like how they describe the glorious grass, and then it talks about how the grass starts to fade away like fall, and then it goes into a hard terrain, and then you see cliffs and caverns and caves. Yo, son, let me see if I can find that real quick, yo. The plans of the future. Let me see. Yo, Kaz, yo, trust. You talk about drunks. You know, that's why I said this book is a perfect counterpart for the Owas because it gives you certain levels of details. There it is right here, the dark realm. All right, so check this. Let me see. All right, check this out, King. Ooh-wee! Yes, sir. All right, so look, the dark realm, this chapter 9. At close view, it became clear that these dwellings were nothing more than hovels. They were distressed to gaze upon, but it was infinite more distressful to... Hold on, let me see something. Wait. Let me go back up. All right, right here. Let me start from here. All right, yeah, because... All right, this is where he actually goes into it. Man, all right, so check it. This was our first encounter with unfortunates of the lower sphere, and I have been somewhat protracted in giving details of it. It was in many respects straightforward by comparison with what we met later.
And blow the screen up a little bit. Can you click the big one?
Which one?
Like you take you off screen and so it blow up. Like
yeah. All right, good. I'm glad you said
that last one.
I would have done it the whole time. Big fact. All right, we good?
Yep, just go back and share the screen again.
All right. Here it is.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So check it. This was our first encounter with unfortunates of the lower sphere, and I have been somewhat protracted in giving details of it. It was in many respects straightforward by comparison with what we met later. And in recounting it, I had done so because it was an introduction to our future work. For the present, however, it was not intended that we should do anything but make observation of the dark realms. The four of us reassumed our journey. There now, just because I skipped through. So the dude who died, he linked up with like two other people, and they just talking and going through the realm. And he explaining the realm like a guide. So now it says now he's taking them to the lower realms because they see all the good part. Now he's showing them to the bad part. Just in a nutshell. Now the four of us resumed our journey. There were no paths to follow, and the ground was becoming decidedly rocky in formation. The light was rapidly diminishing from a sky that was heavy and black. There was not a soul, not a house, nor any sign of life to be seen. The whole district seemed colorless and empty, and we might have been wandering in another world. We could see dimly ahead of us after the passage of some time, something which had the appearance of dwellings, and we moved in their direction. The terrain was now rocks and nothing else. And there we could see people seated with their heads down, seemingly almost lifeless, but in reality, in the depths of gloom and despair. They took no notice of us whatsoever as we passed them. And soon as we drew level with the dwellings we had viewed distantly, look at this, at a close view, it became clear that these dwellings were nothing more than mere hovels. They were distressing to gaze upon, but it was infinitely more distressing to contemplate that these were the fruits of men's life upon earth. We did not enter any of the shacks. It was repulsive enough outside, and we could have served no useful purpose at present by going in. Edward therefore gave us a few details instead. He said, some of the inhabitants, he said, have lived here and thereabout years after year, at times reckoning upon the earth. They themselves had no sense of time, and their existence had been one interminable continuity of darkness through no one's own fault but their own.
Dang. Man, it's lining up with the O.
That's exactly what I was telling you, Kaz. Many had been good souls who had penetrated into these Stygian realms to try to affect or rescue out of the darkness. Some had been successful, others had not. Success depends not so much upon the rescuer as upon the rescued. If the later shows no glimmer of light in his mind, no desire to take a step forward on the spiritual road.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, Dan, that begs to ask the question: how you get them up?
All right, now it's gonna reveal that. It states, if the latter shows no glimmer of light in his mind, no desire to take a step forward on the spiritual road, then nothing. Literally nothing can be done. The urge must come from within the fallen soul himself. And how low some of them had fallen. Never must it be supposed that those who in the earth's judgment had failed spiritually are fallen low. Many such as have not failed at all, but are in point of fact worthy souls whose fine reward awaits them here. But on the other hand, there are those whose earthly lives have been spiritually hideous, through outwardly sublime, whose religious professions, designated by a Roman collar, has been taken for granted as being synonymous with spirituality of soul. Such people have been mocking God throughout their sanctimonious, how do you pronounce that?
Sanctimonious
lives on earth, where they lived with an empty show of holiness and goodness. Here they stand revealed for what they are. But the God they have mocked for so long does not punish. They punish themselves. The people living within these hovels that we were passing were not necessarily those who upon the earth had committed some crime in the eyes of the people. They were many people who, without doing any harm, had never done any good to a single mortal upon the earth.
Dang. It's the same thing.
See, that's like they
out?
Huh?
You see, I'm telling the people, you see how it even out?
Exactly.
The way you get strong in spirit is the opposite of way you get strong in physicality.
Exactly. They say people who lived entirely upon themselves without a thought for others, such souls constantly harp upon the theme that they had done no harm to anyone, but they had harmed themselves. As the highest sphere had created all the beauties of those realms, so had the Denizens, how you say that?
Where you at? I can't see where you at.
Yeah, highlighted, and you haven't got blown up.
So had the
denizens
of the lower spheres built up the appalling conditions of their spirit life. There was no light in
So denizens is what, inhabitants or something?
Yeah, a denizen is a person who lives in a place.
Okay, all right. Denizens of these lower. Okay, yeah, it kind of reads like that. It said there was no light in the lower realm, no warmth, no vegetation, no beauty, but there is hope. Hope that every soul there will progress. It is in power of each soul to do so. Nothing stands in his way but himself. It may take him countless thousands of years to rise himself 1 inch spiritually, but it is an inch in the right direction. The thought and inevitability came into my mind of the doctrine of eternal damnation, so beloved by Orthodox religion, and of the everlasting fire of the so-called hell. If this place were, if this place we were now could call hell, no doubt it would be by the theologians. Then there was certainly no evidence of fire or heat or any kind. On the contrary, there was nothing but cold, dank atmosphere. Spirituality means warmth in the spirit world. Look at that. Lack of spirituality means coldness. The whole fantastic doctrine of hellfire, a fire which burns but never consumes, is one of the most outrageous, stupid, and ignorant doctrines that has ever been invented by equally stupid and ignorant churchmen. Now, keep in mind, he a Catholic. You know what I mean? Now, who's actually invented it, no one knows. But it is still rigorously upheld. Rigorously upheld as a doctrine by the church. Even the smallest acquaintances with spirit life instantly reveal the utter impossibilities of it, because it is against the very laws of spirit existence. This concerns itself literal side. What of the shocking blasphemy that it involves? Now, when Edward, Ruth, and I were on the earth, we were asked to believe that God, the Father of the universe, actually punishes people by condemning them to burn in the flames of hell or for all eternity. Could there ever be any grossier travesty of the God say it again, Kaz? Travesty of the God that Orthodox profess to worship? The churches of whatever denomination have built up a monstrous conception of the eternal Father of heaven. They have made him, on the other hand, a mountain of corruption by shallow lip service, by splendouring large sums of money to erect churches and chapels to his glory, by pretending a groveling, contrition for having offended him, by professing to fear him who is all love. And on the other hand, we have the picture of a God who, without the slightest compunction, casts poor human souls into an eternal of the worst of all suffering, burning by fires that are unquenched. We are taught glibly to beg for God's mercy. The church God is a being of extraordinary moods. He must be continually placed. It is by no means certain that having begged for mercy, we shall get it, for he must be feared, because he can bring down his vengeance upon us at any moment. We do not know when he will strike. He is vengeful and unforgiving. He has commanded such trivialities as are embodied in church doctrine and dogmas that at once expose that a great mind but a small one, he has made the doorway to salvation. Oh, let me skip down to where they go back into the realm right here. Now, what of the lower realms, the dark places we are now visiting? He says, look, it is the very fact that we are visiting them that has led me to speak in this fashion, because standing in this darkness, I am fully conscious of the great reality of eternal life, and that is that higher sphere of heaven are within the reach of every mortal soul that is or is yet to be born upon the earth. The potentialities of progression are unlimited, and they are the right of every soul. God condemns no one, man condemns himself. But those are a lot of these talking points, but your talking points too, cuz. But he does not condemn himself eternally. It rests with himself as to when he shall move forward spiritually. Every spirit hates the lower realms for the unhappiness that is there, and for no other reason. And for that reason, great organizations exist to help every single soul who is living in them to raise out of them into the light. And that work will continue throughout countless ages until every soul is brought out from these hideous places, and at last all is of the Father of the universe intended to be. Now look at this. This, I am afraid, has been long digression. So let us return to our travels. You will recall my mention of many heavenly perfumes and scents that come from flowers that float in the air. Here there is dark places. The very opposite was the case. Our nostrils were at first assailed by the most foul odors that reminded us of the corruption of flesh in the earth world. They were nauseating, and I feared that it would prove more than Ruth and I and myself could stand. But Edward told us to treat them in the same way as we had mastered the coldness and the temperature, by simply closing our minds them, and that we should be quiet and unaware of their existence. We hastened to do so, and we were perfectly successful. It is not only sanctity that has its odor. In our travels through our own realm, we can enjoy all the countless delights and beauty of it, together with happy conversion of its inhabitations. Here, in these dark lands, all is bleak and desolate. The very low degree of light itself cast a blight upon the whole region. Occasionally, we were able to catch a glimpse of the faces of some of unfortunates as we passed along. Check this out. Some were unmistakably evil, showing the life of voice they had led upon the earth. Some revealed the misery, the avarice. How you say that, Kaz?
Where are you at, bro? I can't even see where you at. Okay. Oh, avaricious.
Avaricious. The brute beasts. There were people here from almost every walk of earthly life. Your Hebrews, your Muslims, your Christians, your Bantu, your Hitlers. From the present earthly time to far back in where people were here from almost every walk of life as far back in the centuries. So they saying they were people from far back in the centuries. And here was a connecting link with names that could be read in those truthful histories of the nations in the libraries we visited in our own realm. Both Edward and his friend told us that we should be appalled at the catalog of names, well known in history, of people who were living deep down in these noxious regions. They telling you famous people in history are in these noxious regions. Men who had perpetrated vile and wicked deeds in the name of holy religion, or for the furtherance of their own despicable material ends. Many of these wretches were unapproachable, and they would remain so perhaps for numberless more centuries until
there's a verse in Owaspy where they talk about
that's in the Book of Judgment.
Where they talk about angels who go away from people and they become wild and unapproachable.
Exactly. I think that's 411 in Judgment. Until of their own wish and endeavor, they move, however feebly, in the direction of light of spiritual progress. We could see as we walked along whole bands of seemingly demented souls passing on their way upon some prospective evil intent, if they could find their way to it. Their bodies presented the outward appearance of the most hideous and repulsive malformation, and distortion, an absolute reflection of their evil minds.
Wow.
Many of them seemed old in years, but I was told that although such souls had been there perhaps for many centuries, it was not the passage of time that had so dealt with their faces, but their wicked minds. In the highest sphere, the beauty of mind rejuvenate the features, sweeps away the sign of earthly cares and troubles and sorrow, and presence to the eye, that state physical development in which that period of earthly lives which we used to call the prime of life. The multitudinous sounds that we hear were in keeping with the awful surroundings, from mad, raucous laughter to the shriek of some soul in torment inflicted by others as bad as himself. Once or twice we were spoken to by some courageous souls who were down there upon their task of helping these afflicted souls. They were glad to see us and to talk to us. In the darkness, we could see them and they could see us, but we were all invisible to the rest, since we were provided with the same protection for the dark land. So they're invisible to the Jujas the Jujas don't see them. Now, in our case, Edward was taking care of us collectively as newcomers, but those work lives and rescue had each his own means of protection. So these niggas on the dolo trying to do this shit while these newcomers is, you know what I mean? So if any,
that sound like in the book of Forgopity, where they got the fire and the water rod.
Exactly. That's equivalent to that. Exactly. Now, if any priest or theologian could have but one glimpse of the things that Edward Ruth and I saw here, he would never say again, as long as he lived, that God, the Father of love, could ever condemn any mortal to such horrors. The same priest, seeing these places, would not himself condemn any one to them. Is he more kind and merciful than the Father of love himself? No, it is man alone who qualifies himself for the state of his existence after he passes into spirit. The more we saw the dark lands, the more I realized how fantastic is the teachings of the Orthodox Church to which I belong when on earth, that the place which is referred to as eternal hell is ruled over by the Prince of Darkness, whose sole aim is to get every soul into his clutches, and from whom there is no escape once a soul has entered his kingdom. Is there such an entity as the Prince of Darkness? There might conceivably be one soul infinitely worse than all of the others. Perhaps it will be said, and such as he could be considered as the very king of evil. Edward told us that there was no evidence whatsoever of such a personage. There were those from the upper sphere who had traveled every inch of the lower realms, and they had discovered no such being. No devil. There were also those whose knowledge was prodigious, and whose positive affirmed that the existence of such a person had no foundation in fact. Doubtless, there are many who collectively are a great deal more evil than their followers in darkness. The idea that a king of evil exists whose direct function is to oppose the king of heaven is stupid. It is primitive and even barbaric The devil is a solitary individual, does not exist, but an evil soul might be called a devil. And in that case, there are many, many devils. It is the fraternity, according to the teachings of one Orthodox church, that constitutes the sole element of spirit return. We can afford to laugh at the absurdity of such teachings. It is no novelty for such wonders and illustrations illustrate spirits to be called a devil. We still retain our sense of humor, and it causes us very great amusement sometimes to hear some stupid priest, spiritually blind, professing to know about things of the spirit of which in reality he is totally and completely ignorant. The spirit perhaps have broad backs, and they can support the weight of such fallacious rubbish without experiencing anything but pity for such poor souls. It is not the intentions to go further details of the dark spheres, at least not at present. The church method of frightening people is not the method of the spirit world. Rather, would we dwell upon the beauties of the spirit world and try to show something glorious that awaits every soul when his earth life is ended. It remains with every single soul individual. Rather this beautiful land shall be his lot. Sooner or later it shall be later. But that was just a little description of the lower realm. But this whole read, my nigga, yo, it gives you crazy insight. This is like the perfect precursor to Owaspi. Let me see.
Yeah, I ain't read this one.
Yeah, this shit cool. Look at this. Just a quick. The view was simple, magnificent. Never had I expected to behold such a sea. Its color was the most perfect reflection of the blue sky above, but in addition, it reflected a myriad rainbow tint in every little wavelet. That's crazy.
Well, it looked like, so basically what he's saying is every bit of it looked like a prism. Like it's throwing a rainbow everywhere.
It's like a diamond sea or some shit.
Like a water rainbow.
That's crazy. It says the surface of the water was calm, but this calmness by no means implied that the water was lifeless. There is no such thing as lifeless or stagnant water here. From where we were, I could see islands of some considerable size in the distance. Islands that looked most attractive and most certainly be visited. Beneath us was a fine stretch of beach upon which we could see people seated at the water's edge. But there was no suggestion of overcrowding and floating upon this superb sea. Some close at hand, others standing a little way off, were the most beautiful boats. Though I think I am not doing them full justice by calling them mere boats. Ships should be more opposed. I wonder who could own these fine vessels. Edwin told us that we could own one ourselves if we so wish. Yo, let me go ahead and get one of them goddamn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Many of the owners lived upon them, having no other home but their boats. It made no difference. There they could live.
Are they in an Ocha van?
You see?
You in a Kualu?
You know what I mean? It says, look, they could live always, for here it is perpetual summer. A short walk down the pleasant, winding path brought us to a sandy seashore. Edwin informed us that it was a tideless ocean and that no place was it very deep by comparison with terrestrial sea. Storms of wind being impossible here. The water was always smooth and in common with all water in these realms. It was a pleasantly warm temperature that could occasionally no feelings of cold or even chillingness to bathers. It was, of course, perfectly buoyant, possessed no single harmful element of characteristics, but it was on the contrary, life-sustaining.
Wow.
To bathe in it, water was to experience a perfect manifestation of what was on the contrary, of what was but it was on the contrary, life-sustaining. To bathe in its water was to experience a perfect manifestation of spiritual force. The sand upon which we were walking had none of the unpleasant features associated with the seesaw sand on the earth plane. It was never tiring to walk on, although it had every appearance of sand as we had always known it, yet to the tread, it was firm in consistency, although soft to the touch of the hand. And in fact, this peculiar quality rendered it more like well-kept lawns to walk on. So closely did the grains hold together. We took some handfuls of sand and allowed it to run through our fingers, and great was our surprise to find that it lacked every trace of grittiness, but seemed to the touch more akin to some smooth, soft powder. Yet, examined closely, it was undeniably solid. It was one of the strangest phenomena we had met so far. Edwin said that was because we had, in this particular instance, carried out a more minute examination of what we were beholding than we had done hereto. And other things. He had added that if I choose to make a close scrutiny of all that we saw, whether it be the ground we walk on, the substance of which our houses were made, or the 1,001 other objects that go to make up the world of spirit, we should be living in a state of continual surprise, and there would be revealed to us small idea, but only a very small idea of the magnitude of the great mind, the greatest mind in the universe that upholds things in every other world. Indeed, the great scientists of the earth plane find when they come to live in the spirit world that they have a complete new world upon which to commence a fresh course of investigation.
Right.
We're doing it now, fellas.
Exactly.
Them boys said they went back to the drawing board.
Exactly.
When that James Webb telescope went up. All your astrophysicists, all them niggas, they went back to the drawing board.
Right.
What they thought for the past 70 years, nigga, is false, and they really just didn't know what the fuck they was looking at.
Exactly. Facts.
Bro, think about that. Your top so-called revered astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, on down, all them cats. They readily admitted that they had to go back to the drawing board, and everything that they thought was true for the past 70 years. You know what I mean? When it came to what we know is ethereal space, nigga, it's false. They already learning.
Yeah.
Not trip off that, and they're scholars and PhDs, but shit, the information they study to become that scholar and PhD is invalid right now, bruh. So when AI was telling Cal, WASP scholars, right? Cal say, what scholars? You ain't bringing the bros up.
Right, exactly.
Who the fuck you talking about?
That nigga said, I was hallucinating, man. Ain't no WASP scholars, man. I was lying. That nigga said, man, I made it up, man.
Yo, it's one section. Yeah, yo. It's one more section where this nigga, one more section.
I gotta check that one out, man.
Yeah, you gotta read this, I'm telling you. But look at this though. This is the last one.
All right.
It's the last one.
Go ahead and drop the name of that again so they can get it in the chat.
I'm about to drop the link right now.
Yeah, it's a couple. A couple people asking like what you reading from.
Yeah, that's that Life in the Unseen. The link in the chat right there, the PDF.
The life of the life of the unseen world.
Right. Now it's a part where they get a visitation from somebody in the high, from basically for the second resurrection to come down. So they're meeting the presider of the realm. And look what it say. Look, with the final vindication upon us, this resplendent and truly regal being was gone from our sight. We remained seated for a while, and gradually the temple began to empty. I had no inclination to move, and Edwin told us we could stay there as long as we wished. The building was therefore practically empty when I saw the figure of the Egyptian approaching us. He greeted us warmly and asked me if I would be good enough to go with him, as he wished to introduce me to his master. I thanked him for his continued interest in me. And what was my astonishment when he led me into the presence of the man with whom he had entered the sanctuary. I had only been able to see him from my seat, but close to I could see that a pair of dark sparkling eyes matched his raven hair, which was made more pronounced by the slightly paleness of his complexion. The color of his attire were blue, white, and gold, and although these were of a very high order, they were not of such intensity as were those of the principal visitors. So it's a part where he talks about he met an Egyptian, and then it talks about another part where he came across the Chaldean. He says the king of Egypt presented me to his master, and the latter took me by the hand and smiled upon me in such a manner as to take away complete in any feeling of what's that dividends. But I was trying to skip down to see where he bumped into that Chaldean and shit. Like they got an Egyptian and a Chaldean that's the presider over the realm.
Egyptian and the Chaldean.
Yeah, they got the I was like a Chaldean. Like, what the fuck is that? So they show you that those in the higher realms on the end are those who came before them niggas. Like this is a Catholic priest being greeted by an Egyptian.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, this is a good read though. Y'all niggas definitely got to check. Oh, it say the creator right there. Oh shit. It says, hold up. They are divine creations. Each single flower breathes the pure air of spirit and upheld by their creator. And by all of us here in the love that we showed upon them. All right.
Shout out to brother 3. I guess either brother or sister 369. 369. Shout out to my sister Global Purpose. Marlene, she sent me the YouTube video. I guess somebody's reading from that book.
Yeah, it's an old white lady. She reads the whole book. I listened to her numerous times. But the volume is kind of low though. But you know what I mean? She reads from the beginning and into the book. You know what I mean? I know watched her videos numerous times.
Okay. Shout out to Sister Global Purpose. Sister Marlene.
Right. Yeah, this Life in the Unseen, though. But when I first read this, I was like, yo, this was because I read the Owaspy first. So when I read this, I was like, yo, this shit hitting home like a motherfucker. I'm trying to see what that Chaldean is at.
You already know, man.
Yeah, this shit. It must not be thought that within all the vast galaxies of colors from the hundreds of sources in the spirit world, our ears are being constantly assailed with the sounds of music. That we are living, in fact, an eternity of music that is sounding and resounding without remission. There are few minds, if any, that could possibly endure such a continuous plethora of sound. Take that shit off, man. I'm tired of hearing that music. However beautiful it may be. Nigga said, however beautiful it may be, we should sigh for peace and quietness. Our heavens would cease to be heavens. No music is there, but we please ourselves entirely whether we wish to hear it or listen or not. We can completely isolate ourselves from all sounds, or we can throw ourselves open to all sounds, or just hear that which we please most. These are times upon the earth plane when we can hear the strains of distant music without being in any way disturbed by it. On the contrary, we may find it very pleasant and soothing. So it is with us here in the spirit, but there is the great differences between our two worlds. Our potentialities for music of the highest order are immeasurable, greater than are yours on the earth plane. The mind of a spirit person who has a deep love for music will naturally hear more because he so wishes than one who cares little for it. To revert to the experiment that Ruth and I carried out when we let the soil run through our fingers, we both of us derive great enjoyment from listening to music. But yo, it was a part in the beginning too. When you get a chance to read it, it's gonna talk about how they used their mind to think to where they wanted to go, and they were just moving around like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, man, that's deep, man.
Yeah, you gonna love this read right here, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go snatch. I'm gonna go snatch. You still got that? You still got the knowledge 6 pulled up?
What's that?
That knowledge. We was in that book of knowledge. Chapter 6.
Right. Where that's at?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Back to here now. We did all that to come back home.
Man, but it's the book of knowledge 6 and 8. It says the first habitable place in the spirit world is on the earth and around near the earth, and mostly within the same house where he dwelt in mortal form.
So we just read that in Life in the Unseen.
But the spirit is subtle and moves, not as corporeal things move, but having power and presence with friends and kin at remote distances, as if all was in one place.
That's crazy, yo.
For such is the nature of the spirit world.
That's crazy.
Verse 9.
Hold on 1 minute. All right, there we go.
Verse 9. Spirit exists within corporea. And by this means the dead are able to manifest to the living.
Pause right there. So they showing you right there that a goddamn spirit of the dead could be speaking through somebody, talking directly to you, looking out the eye, and you speaking to a nigga that's dead in the person that's living. That's crazy.
Spirit exists within this flesh, corporeal, right? And by this means, this is how the dead are able to manifest to the living.
Hey, what up, nigga? You hear that voice in your head? What up, nigga? I'm home, nigga. Where you been?
However, to those living who have no consciousness of their own spirit, the spirits of the dead cannot manifest intelligently.
And that's the goddamn half-conscious niggas who don't comprehend the spirituality shit.
Yeah, niggas like who's that? Is that Jabari or Reggie?
All them niggas over there.
All them niggas over there. You right. Put them all in the same pile of unbelief.
Yeah, on this level,
or not non-belief, but the faithless pile.
Right.
Verse 10. For a mortal to be conscious of his own spirit, it must transcend his physical senses. He who does not know of his own spirit is weak indeed. Such a man born into the spirit world is like a newborn child, knowing nothing.
Yo, can you imagine, yo? Yo, son, let me tell you something. Some of the verses when I read that you can cross over and know nothing like babies, and you done forgot you done lived. Can you imagine you done died and they got to remind you that you lived on Earth?
That's all the best out there is. The God killer. It. Oh my God, bro.
You have to wake up the whole house of consciousness and shit.
Man, it say that nigga's weak and he's birthed in the spirit world not knowing nothing. All men born in the spirit life, watch this. All men born in the spirit life die imperfect, ignorant and weak, depending on nurses, guardians, and doctors. Many of these dependents are slain in war or in desperate madness and are born into spirit life in chaos. Some will not leave the battlefield.
That's cool. Damn, I got to use that for that precept to go with the Book of Jehovah and them precepts to go with that. Yo,
that knowledge 6 and 11.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I mean? That knowledge 6 and 11. Go ahead and lock that on in.
Yeah, big facts. Knowledge 6 and 11. That goes with 6 and 11 goes with Thor 1 and 14, 1, 13 and 14, and it goes with the Book of Jehovah chapter 8, verse 6.
Jehovah 8 and 6, Thor 1 and 14.
Matter of fact, hold on, let me just pull up since we got. Let me just precept since we got that script out.
For sure.
Jehovah 6 and 8. I mean 8 and
6.
Right.
Dang, bro.
There you go, right there. Jehovah 8 and 6. Mortal slain and warfare. Let me pull up that Apollo 1 and 14 right quick, just to show, like, you know what I mean? We got precept game over here, you know.
About rapid fire. back to back to back.
Yeah. It's like them precepts games is dangerous. What was another one? Thor 114. Where Thor at right here? There you go, right there. Thor 114. Or 113, let's just. Oh wait, no, what are we talking about? No, 15. It's 15. Yeah, all these are precepts. So we're gonna start with Mali verse. All men born in the spirit life die imperfect, ignorant, weak, dependent on nurses, guardians, and doctors. Many of these, here's the catcher right here. Hello. Many of these dependents are slain in war or in desperate madness, are born into spirit life in chaos. Some will not leave the battlefield, unapproachable. And then the precept to that, Book of Jehovah 8:6, and mortal slain in war shall be born in spirit and chaos on the battlefield. And entering the spirit world in chaos, they shall not know that they are dead as to earth life, but shall still keep fighting right and left.
Will not leave the battlefield.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And the precept that in Thor 115, and those who are slain on earthly battlefields are born into spirit and chaos, not knowing they are dead as to earth life. And so they linger on the battlefield, still battling, imaginary foes.
They will not leave the battlefield. Verse 16, all over the earth, these battlefields, are covered with spirits in chaos.
That's
with
crazy.
The spirits of drudge, yaks, and ground people who know nothing more than the beast in the field. Good night, boy.
That's crazy. That comes back to the book now, so that was a nice little precept to go on top of that shit.
Rapid fire.
Right.
Like that. That's Jehovah 8 and 6 and Thor 115.
Yeah. That shit go. Usually when I read Thor, I usually started from like 12. Usually really start from 13, because that's the one that said the spirits of the newly dead are kept in ignorance. But usually from 12 down to that to like 16 and shit.
Nah, man. That 13 sick. What that 13 say?
Oh yeah, that 13 cold-blooded. That's my favorite one.
That deal say the spirits of the newly dead are captured and kept in ignorance of Jehovah. and its vast creations, and made to bow in adoration and worship to the false Lord or false God. And these in turn being in contiguity to mortals, inspire them to the same worship, which fits them at the time of their death to fall as slaves into the dominion of him whom they worship. Wow.
That one verse is heavy, yo. You can't even get a Bible verse out of there on that type of time.
Oh, wow. That's Thor 1 and 13. I'm locking that one. Wow.
That shit nasty work, man.
Wow. That's it. The reality of the spirit world. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Spirit basics.
Exactly.
These niggas don't know the basics. It frightens them. I understand now. You know what I mean? Reading stuff like this challenges everything you thought you knew. You like, dang.
And you know, some people scared to talk about death and shit like that.
I know.
When you talk about death, they freeze up. They start getting scared and shit.
Yeah. In reality, it's just another moment, man.
Right.
Just another moment in a long trail of what you call time. Like, that's it.
Big facts.
Let me say your spirit survives.
What the clock? He done fell asleep?
He probably went to sleep. You know how it go. But that's what's up, though, bro, man. Shit, I'm about to go ahead and slide on off, too.
Yeah, I'm about to get up out of here. That was a good-ass read. I'm going to have to go watch me some goddamn cartoons or something before going to sleep and listen to this shit. Goddamn Drew just got a nigga out here shook. No, I'm talking shit, though. You know, the creator got us covered. I ain't business, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Man, hey, man, shit was covered forever. He did. But, man, much love to the family, man. All praises to the ever-present creator. That always was, is, and never shall be. Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom, man. Y'all gonna like, support, hit that Cash App down there, scrolling across the screen.
That's right.
Support one another, you know what I mean? And love and light to the CGG, man.
So when you go live again,
probably tomorrow. It depends because Cal may do his whatchamacallit.
Yeah, that's right.
And I was gonna probably do a reaction to his debate. Cal effortlessly destroyed, dude, man. It wasn't even close.
Them boys dry as hell, man.
It's dry. I'm like, bro, you even if you was saying some truth, ain't nobody finna hear it the way you just, you know what I mean?
Right. That's
you gotta, get in the ring. You gotta have your strategy, brother. Like, this is sad. But so yeah, probably tomorrow. It just depend on what Cal do. I can always talk about something different though. I was trying to react really to his actual debate, but if he do his lesson in the morning, then I can push that off and get on and talk about something. You know, maybe the war or something or whatever. You know, it ain't nothing to it.
Right. Big facts, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna just got him get some rest. I'm about to crash out, and I know I gotta create another doc presentation. I'm gonna see what I'm working on. I still want to goddamn probably dive into that goddamn logos and that Greco. I still ain't done with them niggas yet, boy. Yeah, I'm seeing the pattern. I'm seeing the pattern now. We could really raise a strong argument about that Jesus Christ and him being one with the Father. The whole Greco-Roman ideology of it. You know what I mean? Split that shit. Show them the true Yahshua and the Greco-Roman Jesus. Showed them like, you look, nigga, y'all niggas been following this instead of following this. But we gonna get to that shit though. Salute to my brothers, man. Malachi Maccabee, Cosmo and Cal. You know what I mean? Probably smoked a couple of them, fell asleep and shit, just like I'm about to do. But with that, man, I'm about to sign out, man. It's your boy Selah Shalom. Until next time, we up out of here, family. Let's ride out, yo. Let's get it.
As near this.
But first, make sure to get your bitters. And man, I gotta get your commercial so I can start promoting that shit on the channel too, yo. Your colognes and shit. If you got a commercial, I gotta download it so I could promote that shit. Let the people know to get them fly ass colognes, you know what I mean? Cause that's just how the gods do. You know what I mean? Make sure to get your bitters.
As in the time of the
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Run the rhythm.
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Put yourself in order, becoming one with him. And no book is so easily read as his created universe. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote. His worlds read him and his works. Frame your speech and your thoughts for him. He will answer you in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation, till the growth is from the foundation. The fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest life, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Jehovah. To his Etherian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as you have founded arcs of light in my Etherian heavens, to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ships that travel on the oceans, and those who travel in the ships. And those on the land shall know when a ship nears the port, even as you see my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmin. For this shall be an illustration to mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of times, with gods and goddesses to superintend my creations in tenderness and love, lest by chance man becomes despondent, saying, alas, Jehovah did not provide in wisdom commensurate with the magnificence of his creations. Behold, the time draws near when the nations of the earth shall course around the whole earth in ships, crossing the seas and oceans to all the places I created.